Hello everybody and welcome back to my channel. My name is Rox, I'm a Western Tropical Astrologer, and today we're going to be talking about the astrology of December. How is it December 2024, folks? I don't know, but here we are. And December, I have to say, it's an interesting month. It's an action-packed month. It can be a month of excessive optimism. It can be a month of inspiration, but also exaggerations. If I were to make one recommendation for December, it would be to take things with a pinch of salt. To take the conversations that you're having with a pinch of salt, to dig a little bit deeper, to underpromise and overdeliver rather than the other way around. We are going to have a Mercury retrograde until the middle of December. So a lot of what we discussed during the first half of December, we might actually need to revisit and reevaluate a little bit further down the line. There is a chance that we could be talking a big talk, and then when reality hits, we realize, oh, this is not functional, this is not doable, this is not workable. So reality might kind of like slap us a little bit in the face for all the big talk, all the big dreams, all the kind of like inspiration that's been, I don't know, like flowing through our brains. I would also quadruple check numbers, data, stats, especially until the middle of December with Mercury retrograde. If something sounds too good to be true, it probably is. If you're wondering, okay, is this a real number, or has it been pulled out of thin air? I would investigate, because there is a possibility that people might talk a big talk, but not be able to produce the data that's going to back up whatever it is that they are saying. It can be a month, especially until the middle of December. I know you're not going to like to hear this, but I'm the astrologer. I just describe what's going on in the cosmos. And astrology doesn't predict exact material manifestation. It just describes things from a symbolic and archetypal perspective. It's not clairvoyance, so I'm offering scenarios as to how things could play out. I know you're not going to like to hear this, but it can be a month of chaos from a travel perspective. There can be a lot of like changes of plans travel-wise. So I would recommend keeping an open mind, keeping your diary kind of like fairly open, keeping your calendar fairly flexible with Mercury retrograde in Sagittarius, which is the sign of long distance traveling. Mercury is also going to be on and off opposing Jupiter. Mercury retrograde is going to oppose Jupiter on the 4th of December, Jupiter in Gemini, 4th of December, probably the day of travel chaos, the day of travel disruption, the day when things are likely to go south travel-wise. It can also be quite a chaotic month when it comes to anything that involves commerce, anything that involves news outlets, media outlets. So again, pinch of salt. And if you need to make purchases, if you need to shop, and realistically we all need to, like, we all shop a lot, hold on to receipts. Hold on to whatever it is that you need to hold on to, because there could be a lot of returns, I'd say. Delivery dates, oh my god, they're probably going to be up in the air, so I would keep an eye on parcels, like tracking and things like that. And I'm just going to say it, I'm filming this in November. If you can start ordering your stuff, if you're, I don't know, buying gifts for the holiday season, if you could start ordering things before the 26th of November, that would be fantastic, because on the 26th of November, Mercury went retrograde. In any case, Mercury retrograde can be a trickster energy, so miscommunications, misplaced packages, misplaced parcels, misunderstandings can be a key theme. What else is going on in December? A lot. Now, the one thing that I want to point out is that it's not a bad month, but it can be a chaotic month. It can be a month of like overdoing things. It can be a month of like scattered brains, energy, like spinning 1,000 plates at the same time. Again, like the energy feels like it's all over the shop, basically. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Can it be contributing to like a general sense of anxiety and not being able to control things? Yes, that is a possibility. The entire month, Jupiter is also squaring Saturn. This is exact on the 24th of December. So it feels like there's this kind of like tug of war, this kind of like clash between optimism in speech and communication, this flamboyance in conversations and communication, and the 3D reality that is potentially painful, that is potentially a lot more fearful. People are not necessarily feeling very optimistic. There can be a sense of duty and responsibility towards those who are suffering, those who are victims in some shape or form, and we can't just like talk this big talk and forget about the struggles and the challenges that people are going through. And we also can't forget about our mental health and about our emotional health, as much as our brains want to cover a lot of ground this month. Now, I'm going to take you through all of the most important dates in December. Before I do that, I have a couple of things that I want to mention, especially for those of you who are new to my channel. I am a full-time consulting astrologer. I work with clients on a day-to-day basis. I'm a Western tropical astrologer, by the way, because I still get that question. So this is not Vedic astrology, this is Western astrology. I'm a full-time consulting astrologer, and my day-to-day consists of working with clients one-to-one. I do client consultations, I do client readings. I do them via Zoom, via video call. If you want to work with me, you can find me on my website, which is writteninthestars-astrology.com. That is writteninthestars-astrology.com. You can go straight to the services section on my website. I've also pinned the link in the comments and in the description box. If you're a new client, the 1 hour, 15-minute Zoom consultation is the one to go for. If you're an existing client, there is a couple of different options for you. If we haven't spoken in a year, then the 1 hour year ahead forecast is the option to go for. If you have some more kind of like specific questions or one particular kind of like area of interest, or if we have spoken recently, then you can also opt for the 30 minutes follow-up consultation. So consultations for existing clients have a preferential rate, which is why I'm giving them a shout out. Generally, I'm booked a month to a month and a half in advance, so there will be some waiting time after you make the purchase on my website. When I'm filming this, which is middle of November, I'm taking bookings for the second half of December and beginning of January. So if you want to work with me, writteninthestars-astrology.com. My specialty is forecasting in astrology. I mean, here I am doing the horoscopes for you folks, but I also have a lot of experience with vocational astrology, compatibility, astrocartography, and relocation astrology, and of course everything starts off with a natal chart. So if you haven't had your natal chart analyzed and interpreted by an astrologer before, then my recommendation would be to kick off your astrological journey with that, because the natal chart is the root prediction. The natal chart helps us understand why we're here. It helps us reconnect with our soul's intentions. It helps us understand what we're here to learn, what is our mission and purpose, what is helping us in this lifetime, where we're likely to put in more effort, where we have to work harder. So it's the blueprint of our lives, and it is, if you ask me, the natal chart, the best manual to help us navigate through life. I mean, I believe astrology is the tool to help us navigate through life, because it helps us understand, it helps us make sense of the cosmos and our place in the world and our place in the cosmos, our true will, also the timeline of our lives, also the chapter of life that we're in, because we are in different cycles in our life. We're not always like growing and expanding. Some things are dwindling, some things are on the rise, some parts of our life are growing, some parts of our life are kind of like slowing down. So astrology is the manual for life, if you ask me. writteninthestars-astrology.com. Now let's go through the key dates in December. One thing to keep in mind is that these horoscopes, these forecasts are general, And in my practice, I use the whole sign house system. So two very, very important caveats, because sometimes I hear people say, oh, I use Placidus. This new moon is happening in another house than the one that you're saying it's happening in. It's because you're probably using a different house system. I use the whole sign house system. 1st of December, new moon in Sagittarius. It's trining Mars in Leo. Energy and expansiveness and a sense of enthusiasm is the key theme at the time of this new moon. There's a sense of starting off something new, something fresh, but with kind of like a throwback to the past. Something maybe that we've thought about in the past, something that we've discussed about in the past, because Mercury is going to be retrograde at the time. There's also a sense of having to consider different kind of like views and different opinions and different perspectives when we kick off this process at the time of the new moon. 2nd of December, probably one of the best days of the month. Venus trines Uranus. This is a great day for the economy, a great day of like good news financially. If you're into crypto, a great day for crypto. Just as an FYI, unexpected kind of growth is very likely. Now, this is not financial advice. You are completely responsible for the choices that you make in your financial lives, folks. So I'm just flagging the symbolism of the day. Discoveries potentially connected with the physical body, progress being made scientific in the scientific kind of like sphere when it comes to food or the physical body. And again, from an economic perspective, things are looking up. Maybe once again, unexpectedly so. So maybe there's a, I don't know, decrease in, I'm no economist, so what I'm saying might make zero sense. Maybe there's a decrease in inflation or something like that. Pleasant surprises when it comes to relationships are also a key theme for the 2nd of December. 4th of December, Mercury opposes Jupiter. Mercury retrograde opposes Jupiter. Big talks, no substance or little substance. Big talks, but wrong facts, possibly. And chaos travel-wise. Mercury Cazimi on the 6th of December, clarity mentally. This is a good day to sign contracts. It's a good day to kind of like see the big picture, I'd say. And 6th of December, Mars goes retrograde. The astrological event of the winter, folks, in the Northern Hemisphere. Initially, Mars is going to go retrograde in Leo from the 6th of December until the first week of January of 2025. Let's see. Yes, pretty much until the 6th of January 2025. And then the retrograde is going to continue through Cancer. Mars is going to be retrograde in Cancer until the 24th of February. I would just be aware of the fact that impulsiveness, speed, working with heat and sharp tools, physical activity, displays of anger and strength can go south with Mars retrograde. Leaders could do erratic things. Military activities could go south. Also, during the Mars retrograde, military activities could also slow down during the Mars retrograde. Any war-related activity could slow down, or could experience a detour, or could experience delays, could experience blocks. Generally, at a collective level, Mars retrograde might indicate a decrease in drive, anger, motivation, and survival instincts. I would also be very careful during the Mars retrograde if you're like having surgery, or if you're working with sharp tools or needles or heat. Things may not necessarily go as expected. So again, you're completely responsible for your decisions. But if you can postpone any surgery, if you can postpone any tattoos, if you can be extra careful when it comes to working with, I don't know, like knives, for example, if you're a chef, that would be fantastic. 7th of December, Venus enters Aquarius until the 3rd of January. So generally group type of activities and activities involving communities of people and organizations are likely to be a lot more enjoyable, and we're likely to benefit from friendship. On the 7th of December, however, Venus conjuncts Pluto. There could be something coming to the surface, maybe a deep, dark secret connected with an organization, connected with a community. On the same day, Mercury retrograde squares Saturn. Difficult conversations might need to happen, and it could also feel like they're not necessarily going anywhere. Neptune also goes direct on the 7th of December. 12th of December, Venus opposes Mars in Leo. Mars being retrograde, I mean, challenges in romance, in love, in alliances, conflicts between allies are very possible. Someone might, I don't know, throw a tantrum and say, I'm gonna get all my toys and walk away. They might regret it later. If you feel drawn into any sort of conflict around the 12th of December, if you find yourselves into any sort of conflict around the 12th of December, I would slow down and not do anything rash, because you could regret it later when Mars is out of retrograde. 15th of December, Mercury goes direct, yay, and we have a full moon in Gemini. The full moon squares Neptune. Some sort of disappointment connected with travel, transportation, communication, conversations, painful conversations, fuzzy facts in conversations are quite likely. The good news, however, is that Mars retrograde is going to trine Mercury at the time of this full moon. So if you find out that you've been lied to, if you find out that you've been working with the wrong data, you can take action to make things right. I'm just going to say it. Mercury is also going to sextile Venus, so it would be a good idea to, I don't know, be the bigger person and just talk about whatever you discover is wrong or incorrect. 20th of December. Okay, so the 2nd of December and the 20th of December, my favorite days. Probably, if you ask me, best days in December. Venus trines Jupiter. This is a superb day. It's superb for the economy. It's superb for the cryptocurrency space. It is superb for social activities, for friendship, for romance. There's a sense of joy and positivity and optimism when it comes to relationships. There's a sense of being on the same page and looking at the big picture in connection with the relationships that we're active within. There's a sense of being inspired by other people, a sense of being able to make an impact, a positive difference in the life of a community. I love it. I love it. It's also a very romantic day. Just saying. 21st of December, Capricorn season starts with the sun moving into Capricorn for the next month. And 24th, Jupiter squares Saturn exactly. 27th of December, Mercury squares Saturn again. This has happened earlier this month on the 7th of December. So if you've been dealing with some sort of a hard task mentally, or if you've been dealing with a difficult conversation around the 7th of December, it feels like you can pick back up where you left off on the 27th and make some progress, even if you're not fully done with this issue just yet. Something might need to be fixed around the 27th of December, and there could be delays and frustrations when it comes to conversations, communications, and transportation. And 28th of December, Venus squares Uranus. A relationship could go down an unexpected path. Someone might need a lot of freedom, a lot of space, a lot of independence, and might be eager to shake things up. 30th of December, this is very cool. The year ends with a new moon. A new moon in Capricorn, sextiling Saturn. I feel like we're finally getting a whiff of stability after like a very chaotic month. As I said, December is not a bad month. December is not the beginning of November was very difficult. It was very hard, very transformative, very intense. December is not like that, but December, as I said, it's a little bit all over the place, all over the shop. Very scattered, very scattered. We're getting a whiff of stability, finally, end of December, with this new moon in Capricorn sextiling Saturn. So things are starting to feel more grounded. We're starting to become more aware of kind of like the long-term like commitments, duties, and responsibilities that we need to invest in. We may tune into our intuition in terms of what makes sense for the long term. Still, Saturn is squaring Jupiter in December, and Mercury as well. So as much as we may want to cover a lot of ground really quickly, do everything at once, talk to all the people, have all the important conversations in one go. This is a slow and steady start with the new moon in Capricorn. And it also feels like there's a lot of work that needs to be done internally, because the ruler of the new moon is in Pisces, which is, it's a water sign, it's a yin sign that looks inwards, right? So a lot of work has to happen on the inside rather than like publicly and with a lot of like pomp and with a lot of like preaching and a lot of like conversations and verbal exchanges that they might not take us anywhere. Now, before we go into the updates for each of the 12 zodiac signs, I want to remind you, especially if you're new here, to listen to the update for your rising sign, for your ascendant, because that is how this general horoscope is built, with the rising sign in mind. If you don't know your rising sign, then of course you can listen to the update for your sun sign, but that's my recommendation. And again, remember, this is general, so you're not going to be able to relate to everything. I mean, again, astrology is not clairvoyance. And without further ado, let's dive right in. My dear Aries, Aries suns and Aries risings, December of 2024, what does it have in store for you, lovely Aries? So the month kicks off with a new moon. 1st of December, we've got a new moon happening in Sagittarius in your 9th house. You might feel its influence. You might feel its impact. Also, 3 days before and 3 days after, this new moon forms a harmonious aspect with Mars. New moons generally are indicative of some sort of a fresh start, some sort of a new beginning. What new beginning could this new moon bring into your lives, Aries? You may kick off a new chapter when it comes to one of the following. When it comes to your academic path, if you're involved in educational pursuits in any shape or form, you may also kick off a new chapter when it comes to your connection with foreign lands and foreign countries. This new moon symbolically could also indicate a fresh start when it comes to your life philosophy, your worldview, your perspective upon life. The new moon can also bring potentially a new mentor into your life. Now, they may not necessarily be someone who, I don't know, wears the badge, the label mentor or coach. They could be someone who has something significant, something important to teach you. This new moon could also bring a fresh start that involves traveling or your connections with foreign lands or foreign countries. You may actually initiate a creative project that potentially involves traveling. For those of you who have kids, the new moon could also bring a fresh start when it comes to your children's education. I feel like you're full of enthusiasm, you're full of motivation, you're full of energy. You may decide to invest more into the activities that make you happy. You may feel very driven, very motivated to invest more time and more energy into what makes your heart jump for joy. This could, I repeat, also involve children. So for those of you who have kids, you may decide to potentially spend more time with them, or possibly, I don't know, kick off some sort of a joint activity together. You might start playing tennis together, for example. The one thing that I want to draw your attention to, however, Aries, is the following. Jupiter, which is the ruler of the new moon, is in opposition to Mercury retrograde, and it's squaring Saturn. So whatever it is that you're signing up for, whatever it is that you're saying yes to, whether that involves education, traveling, maybe legal matters, my massive recommendation would be to read the fine print, to read very, very closely and very carefully. What is it that you're signing up for? Because you may need to, for example, send back the contract that you're supposed to sign because there's a typo in it, or the data, the facts, the numbers might be wrong, they might be mistaken, or you could be signing up to something that is not necessarily sustainable because it requires a lot of back and forth, a lot of traveling, a lot of interaction with way more people than you thought this project would involve. There's a sense of enthusiasm and optimism, but you could potentially also be a tiny little bit overly optimistic. I wanna say you could potentially bite off a little bit more than you can chew, and also the information that you're working with around this time, I dare say that it's potentially incomplete. So take your time to read things through so that you don't deal with issues further down the line. You might deal with them anyway a little bit further down the line, because you might have signed up for something that, like I said, was either inaccurate, or you didn't have all the data, or you didn't have all the stats. If you need to travel around this time, there's also a possibility that there could be delays, cancellations. You might need to reschedule things. And if you're signing up for anything that involves traveling, my recommendation would be to check in with your work, to check in with also your parents, to check in with family members, because again, you might be very keen to say yes, but at the same time, there could be some hidden restrictions that you're not aware of that could throw a little bit of a spanner in the works when it comes to any sort of movement and traveling that you're saying yes to, or that you're signing up for around this time. 2nd of December, Venus trines Uranus. This is probably one of the best, absolute best days of December. I'm just gonna say it. You may receive some sort of unexpected praise. You might feel unexpectedly so celebrated and valued and appreciated in the workspace. You may also potentially complete something successfully but unexpectedly so at work, and it could be something that involves an important relationship, maybe with someone in a position of power, maybe with an important client. For example, let's say you could sign a significant client around this time. You could also be receiving some sort of good news connected with your finances, once again unexpectedly so, my dear Aries. And this could be coming from a boss, it could be coming from a manager, it could be coming from, once again, an important client, an unexpected payday. That is a possibility. Also, I feel like you could potentially find a really good deal around this time, around the 2nd of December, my dear Aries. This is the best time for you, Aries, to play things a little bit by ear, a little bit outside of the box when it comes to relationships at work, when it comes to partnerships, interactions with colleagues, co-workers, business partners, bosses, because being original, being inventive, being innovative is probably going to pay off dramatically. The 2nd of December in general is also a very good day when it comes to money and finances. At a collective level, there could be some good news connected with the economy, and you seem to be celebrating. If we leave career aside, this could also be a really positive day, a really enjoyable day when it comes to potentially you making a purchase for a partner or for someone that you love, maybe something that you've been, I don't know, keeping an eye on for quite some time, and all of a sudden, I don't know, it goes on sale. So you could once again kind of like snatch a really good deal. It is also a very good day to schedule business meetings. It's a great day to purchase anything connected with technology. Even though Mercury is still retrograde, I believe that the 2nd of December is the exception, if you ask me. 4th of December, Mercury in retrograde opposes Jupiter. Too much data, too much information. You are literally being bombarded. If you're having important conversations, my recommendation would be either to potentially postpone them or tell people to kind of like return to these important conversations, because I don't feel like you're going to reach an agreement. There's just too many moving parts. There is a possibility 4th of December that there could be changes in your diary, in your schedule, and you might need to be very flexible when it comes to traveling as well. 6th of December, Mercury is Cazimi. Mercury is conjunct the Sun in your 9th house. This can be a day of very significant realizations, aha moments when it comes to something connected with your work, when it comes to something connected with legal matters. You might score some sort of a win in the legal space. It's also a really good day to sign contracts, especially with people from foreign lands, foreign countries, or anything that involves traveling potentially. However, this is also the day when Mars goes retrograde. 6th of December all the way until the 24th of February. For the rest of December, Mars is going to be retrograde in Leo in your 5th house. Mars is your chart ruler, and it also rules your 8th house. So pretty much Aries for the rest of December, my recommendation would be to not rush into anything that involves fun, enjoyment, and entertainment. There is such a thing as potentially having too much fun and this possibly backfiring. So I would be careful not to put yourselves into possibly dangerous situations that seem fun on the surface. There's also a possibility that until the end of the month, someone might come back from your past, someone who you've been romantically involved with, and it could kind of like rattle you up. It could shake things up a little bit in the romantic sector. Once again, my recommendation would be potentially to not make any sort of like long-term decisions when it comes to your romantic life, at least until Mars gets out of retrograde, which is going to be on the 24th of February next year. There's also a possibility that a creative project might slow down for the rest of December, potentially because of financial matters, but maybe also because you're no longer feeling as motivated and as driven and as inspired as you used to be. This is, however, a very good time, and I'm gonna say for the rest of December, actually all the way until the 6th of January. It is a very good time to return to old creative projects that you may have, I don't know, pushed to the side or parked, or you might have no longer invested in them. Generally, my recommendation during the entire Mars retrograde, Aries, is to slow down physically and to not be in a rush, especially when it comes to physical activities, when it comes to activities that involve partying or entertainment or something like that. And if you have kids, my recommendation would be to also give them a little bit of a heads up and tell them, listen, if you're playing with someone, if you're playing sports or games, there's no point in overdoing things and pushing yourselves too hard, because sometimes with Mars retrograde, there can be a little bit of a higher risk than usual for accidents. And one last thing with Mars retrograde, especially because it rules your physical body, and please remember that this is not medical advice. You are completely responsible for your medical decisions and decisions involving your health. Generally, when Mars is retrograde, so that's going to be from the 6th of December until the 24th of February, my recommendation would be to potentially avoid any physical intervention that involves needles. So for example, I don't know, Botox, any physical intervention that involves surgery or heat or sharp tools. Now, if it's an emergency, it's an emergency. So please listen to the doctor, not to me. But I just wanted to give you a little bit of a heads up. Venus also enters Aquarius on the 7th of December until the 3rd of January. Now, Venus transiting Aquarius, Aries, is likely to be a really enjoyable time when it comes to your social life. It's a great time to catch up with friends. It's a great time to reconnect with people from the past. It's a great time to go out, to attend social activities, social events, and so on. You may also find yourselves quite optimistic when it comes to plans for the future that involve your finances. Venus is going to be conjunct Pluto on the 7th of December. Something could come to the surface regarding a friend, maybe something that was buried or hidden, something that you're not aware of. Maybe you find out some sort of a secret connected with a friend. 7th of December, Mercury also squares Saturn, so there could be delays or difficulties when it comes to traveling or any sort of important conversations. 12th of December, Venus opposes Mars in Leo. This could be a day, and Mars is retrograde. This could be a day when you may have a little bit of a face-off, potentially a little bit of a conflict with either a friend or your partner. If you have a partner, you could be in disagreement with them over some sort of a plan for the future. There's also a possibility that a friend could cancel maybe the plans that you've made, or you might need to cancel on them, and they could get potentially a little bit upset. I would not be too quick to jump to conclusions when it comes to either a friend or a partner, just because you may not be reading the situation the correct way, my dear Aries. 15th of December, Mercury is going direct. Woohoo! So challenges in transportation, communication, commerce, maybe challenges connected with legal entities, legal institutions, your educational path. They are slowly dissolving and dissipating and coming back to normal. 15th of December is also the day of the full moon in December, so it's probably going to be active. You might feel it 3 days before, 3 days after. We have a full moon activating your 3rd house, 9th house axis. I feel like this is a time of results, of culminations, of aha moments, of peaks when it comes to your education, when it comes to matters connected with traveling, maybe when it comes to matters connected with sales and purchases, and possibly also connected with siblings and maybe in-laws, if you do have in-laws. The full moon is squaring Neptune, but Mercury is now direct and it's trining Mars and sextiling Venus. So it is a little bit of a mixed bag. So there could be a sense of maybe disappointment connected with education or an exam or some sort of a sale, but there could also be a feeling of now having clarity as to where you're headed when it comes to your educational path, when it comes to traveling potentially. You may feel like you can finally make plans, like you've got clarity, like you know what you're dealing with. And I do believe that if you need support from a friend or a partner or an advisor or a consultant, you're going to get the support when it comes to, again, educational matters, potentially like car related matters, transportation matters, or matters connected with legal entities. 20th of December is probably one of the best days of the month, just like the 2nd of December. 2nd of December and the 20th are my favorite days. Venus trines Jupiter, a superb day for social events, social activities, getting together with friends, celebrating friendship, celebrating important relationships, maybe taking your partner out if you have a partner, maybe saying yes to invitations to parties and such. If you need to make a pitch, if you need to present something to a wider audience, this is the day to do so. There is a sense of joy and optimism when it comes to the evolution of a significant relationship. It could be with a partner, it could be with a business partner, it could be with a friend. Socially, this is probably one of the best days of the month. And also for romantic purposes, I would recommend taking advantage of this day if you want to invite someone on a date or if you want to surprise them with something nice. This is your day. Capricorn season begins 21st of December for the next month. The spotlight is going to be placed on your career and on your public status and reputation, Aries. 24th of December, Jupiter squares Saturn exactly. Now, you may feel this square the entire month, Aries, but essentially it is exact on the 24th of December. There's a sense of having to adjust your expectations and to become aware of maybe some of the challenges and the obstacles that you did not think of when it comes to maybe your educational path, when it comes to you potentially developing your skill set, developing your knowledge. You might become aware of how little you know. You know, when we start learning something and we're so enthusiastic and we're like, yes, I know all of these things and this is great. Woohoo. But then the more you learn, the more you realize, oh my God, I don't know that much. So you might become aware of your lacks and of your inadequacies when it comes to what you know. 27th of December, Mercury squares Saturn again. Delays, blocks, potentially unexpected challenges, unforeseen challenges when it comes to traveling. There could be a delay when it comes to, I don't know if you have some sort of like flight booked, but there could also be a challenge in communication, maybe with a boss or with a person in a position of power. 28th of December, Venus squares Uranus. Unexpected expenses potentially, and maybe also an unexpected change of plans when it comes to something that you were supposed to do with a friend or with a group of people. And 30th of December, we've got another new moon in Capricorn, active 3 days before, 3 days after. It's happening in your house of career. It's sextiling Saturn. I feel like this is the time when you can set long-term goals and long-term intentions for your professional path. I do believe you might also become aware of what is it that you need to let go of if you want to achieve your goals long-term professionally. For those of you who aren't working or who aren't interested in career matters, this new moon puts the spotlight on your public status and your public reputation. So you may feel like you want to invest more in your image and your status and your reputation in the world. This could also put the spotlight on matters connected with the mother, I'd say, or if you have a partner, with your partner's family. Saturn is squaring Jupiter. I feel like you may need to be very practical and realistic about what is achievable, and potentially have some difficult conversations, and you might need to rain a little bit on someone's parade, someone who had very kind of like, I don't know, like high hopes or expectations, or who was expecting the sun and the stars and the moon, and that's just not doable, if you ask me. My dear Taurus suns and Taurus risings, December of 2024, oh my gosh, there is so much action. So much going on in the sky, my lovely Taurians. So the month kicks off with a new moon, 1st of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after, fresh start, new beginning in your 8th house. The new moon is trining Mars in Leo, so this new moon could bring a fresh start when it comes to financial matters, when it comes to especially financial matters concerning your home life, your family life, your living situation. Potentially also when it comes to financial matters involving taxes, debts, but also investments. I'd say you may decide potentially together with someone else, maybe with a partner, maybe with the help of a financial advisor, for example. You may decide to start saving money or putting money aside, for example, in order to, I don't know, like acquire a home. This could also be a fresh start when it comes to your partner's finances. If you have a partner, if you are in a relationship, you may get some good news from them. Potentially they receive, I don't know, like a raise around this time, or there's a new opportunity for them financially, maybe to sign up or to say yes to a new project that's going to be quite lucrative, and you may already kind of like start making enthusiastic plans together as to how you're going to spend the money for home and living situation and family related matters. This is also a really good time to approach from a different standpoint, from a different perspective. Any sort of existing maybe debt, taxes, mortgages, could you potentially start maybe paying this off sooner? Yes, possibly. I feel like you do need to have some important conversations with someone else. It could be with a partner, it could be with a family member. You may need to have some important conversations around money and finances. You may kind of like get rid of some existing joint expenses, or you may reevaluate, I don't know, like joint budgets or something along those lines. Jupiter is opposing Mercury, so Mercury is retrograde at the time. If something seems too good to be true when it comes to financial matters, if you have some doubts, if you're feeling a little bit skeptical, if, I don't know, your partner says, oh, I found this exciting investment opportunity, if it feels too good to be true, it probably is. There is a risk of over enthusiasm around this time and of biting off more than you can chew together with someone else. And there is a risk of having inconclusive data, inconclusive information, or maybe just not the full picture of what it is that you're signing up for, or what it is that your partner is signing up for. Mercury is also squaring Saturn, so my recommendation would be to be a little bit mindful of how whatever it is that you're saying yes to financially, how that's likely to impact your long-term goals and plans for the future. Maybe you need to be a little bit more prudent, because prudence is not the theme of this new moon. On the contrary, enthusiasm and doing things in a big way, in an exaggerated way, is the theme. So my recommendation, for example, would be to not get in too much debt. If you can, don't get into debt at all, because that might actually prevent you from achieving some of your long-term goals. So Taurians, now you know. 2nd of December, probably one of the best days of the month. Venus trines Uranus. Unexpected surprises making their way to you, maybe connected with someone who is based abroad, maybe connected with foreign lands, foreign countries. You might decide, I don't know, very spontaneously to book a trip, or someone might surprise you very spontaneously with an unexpected trip. This is also a very good day to enjoy cultural activities, to enjoy activities that broaden your horizons. I don't know, going to the museum, going to the theater, things like that, attending some sort of a conference, for example. You do seem to feel really good and very appreciative of your unique kind of like quirks and what makes you stand out and what makes you different. And you also seem to feel very good with yourselves, my dear Taurians, and very confident in the changes that you're making in your life. This is also potentially a day of good news coming from your job, from your work, or coming from maybe like a medical practitioner. If you were waiting for news connected with, I don't know, your state of health, I'd say play things by ear. Be quirky, do your thing on this day, Taurians. That's my recommendation. 4th of December, Mercury opposes Jupiter. This can be a day of overspending things, things that maybe you thought cost a certain amount. You might realize that they cost actually a lot more, and you might even need to like call people, I don't know, from the bank or your financial advisor, your accountant, to let them know that they've made a mistake connected with, I don't know, your end of year accounts, for example, your taxes. 6th of December, Mercury is Kazemi. Mercury conjuncts the sun in your 8th house. This can be a day of clarity when it comes to financial matters that involve you and another person, maybe your partner, maybe a parent. You might also decide, okay, this is how we're going to approach a joint financial matter. It is a good day to say yes to maybe a collaboration when it comes to financial matters. This is also, out of the entire cycle of Mercury retrograde, probably the day when I would recommend, I don't know, like paying your taxes or clearing off some debt if that's possible. It can also be a good day for investments, but generally throughout December I would be a little bit cautious when it comes to investments, because things could not be exactly what they seem, and you may be overly enthusiastic about investment opportunities, and there is a chance that a little bit further down the line you might realize, this is not what I thought it would be, or this didn't turn out as I thought it would turn out. Mars goes retrograde 6th of December until the 24th of February. From the 6th of December until the first week of January, Mars is going to be retrograde in your 4th house. There is a possibility of old conflicts coming back to the surface with family members, and you might also need to slow down any sort of action and initiatives connected with home, real estate, family matters. There is also a possibility that this could be due to a partner. Maybe your partner is having second thoughts. Maybe they're asking you to slow down. Generally, my recommendation, especially from the 6th of December until the 6th of January, is to be very careful around the house when it comes to any sort of like tools that involve, that use heat, or that have, I don't know, like sharp ends. So sharp tools and tools that involve heat, because there is a higher than usual, I'm gonna say, risk of incidents and accidents with Mars retrograde. Things can go wrong when Mars is retrograde. So I would just slow down. The remedy to Mars retrograde is being a little bit more Saturnian, okay? I would also say that you might go back to dealing with some sort of like projects around the house. Maybe if you wanted to like paint the house or fix something around the house and you've been postponing it over and over. With Mars retrograde, you can get it done, especially, I'm gonna say, from the 6th of December until the first week of January. 7th of December, Venus goes into Aquarius until the 3rd of January. I like this time. Venus is your chart ruler, my dear Taurians. You may genuinely enjoy a lot of appreciation. You may feel very valued, very celebrated. You may feel like things are going really well, like things are going your way, like people are eager to accommodate whatever it is that you want, especially in a professional setup. So you might feel very valued in a professional setup. Your reputation seems to be growing in a beneficial direction. I don't know if we can quantify reputation, but here I am, just trying. So your reputation seems to be benefiting from this transit. It is a very good time to get involved in group type of activities and any sort of community and organizational related activities in the professional space throughout this period. It's a great time to also, for example, I don't know, like schedule interviews, maybe hold, I don't know, like keynote speeches, and so on. This transit, if we leave career aside, is also very beneficial when it comes to your reputation and status in the world in general, my dear Taurians. 7th of December until the 3rd of January. Now, on the 7th of December, Venus is going to conjunct Pluto. There could be some sort of secret or buried thing or issue that was kind of like unfolding behind the scenes and the shadows coming to the surface, connected with a boss, connected with someone in a position of power, maybe also connected with something that you've been working on professionally, and now you're ready to kind of like share this with the world. Mercury on the same day, 7th of December, is going to square Saturn. So I dare say that this could be the 7th of December, a day of potentially difficult but necessary conversations regarding finances, regarding money. And you might also need to slow down a little bit with the spending. 12th of December, Venus opposes Mars. There is a chance that you might have a little bit of a fight, either with a parent or with someone in the home environment, or you may have a conflict with with a partner over a matter connected with home life, family life, living situation, and so on. My recommendation would be to not jump to conclusions, because there is a chance that maybe the other person hasn't fully understood, I don't know, the big picture. They seem to be the other person who is kind of like opposing you, they seem to be in a little bit of a foul mood. They may also feel like they're not getting your full attention. So maybe if you just kind of like reassure them that they do have your full attention, they're gonna potentially calm down. 15th of December, Mercury goes direct. Finally. So any sort of delays, challenges in communication, maybe delays when it comes to, I don't know, like payments, or figuring things out connected with like loans, mortgages, and things like that. All of these potential issues that you might have been dealing with since the last week of November, they're finally going to experience some sort of a resolution. They're going to be resolved. So maybe you need to pick up where you left off some of these conversations. 15th of December is also the day of the full moon in December. It's going to be active, the full moon, 3 days before, 3 days after. This full moon puts the spotlight on your finances. So again, a lot of talk around money. You might need to fork out a lot of money. You might need to make a significant payment. You might also finally feel like you're on the same page with someone when it comes to challenging financial matters. If you are waiting for some sort of a result, response, outcome connected with loans, mortgages, and things like that, you're probably going to get your response. The full moon, however, is in a square to Neptune. It feels like you might need to, I don't know, give up on something financially, or accept some sort of a loss, or just kind of like be the bigger person and just, I don't know, take one for the team, I'd say. You may also feel like you potentially have to like help someone financially. It could be a friend. You might feel also possibly disappointed a little bit in how someone has addressed a financial matter that was very important to you. However, now you have clarity, you know where you stand, you can finally take action. Mercury is going to be direct, it's going to sextile Venus. I'm just going to say, if you are forking a lot of money from your bank account, if you are not super satisfied with whatever comes to the surface financially around this time, your star is on the rise professionally. You're going to be in a good place. You're probably going to get bonuses, so don't worry about it too much. 20th of December, probably one of the best days of December. Venus trines Jupiter. A fabulous day for all things career related, especially if they involve socialization, partying, signing deals, contracts, things like that. A great day for romance, a great day to invest in romance, a great day also to invest in what is valuable to you, such as education, for example. A great day also to invest potentially in your physical body, to make an expense connected with your physical body. This could also be a really auspicious day when it comes to good news connected with your income. So maybe you sign an important client, for instance, or maybe your boss lets you know you've gotten the promotion, or something along those lines. In any case, your star is shining and rising and shining. Both professionally, but also when it comes to your reputation and your image in the world. So not just professionally. I know a lot of people say, I don't work, how does this affect me if I'm retired, etc., etc. So you may be very appreciated in the public space. It's a great day to go out. Generally, the 20th of December is probably one of the best days for socialization the entire month, so I would take advantage of it. 21st of December, Capricorn season begins. The sun enters Capricorn in your 9th house, so the spotlight is going to be placed on matters connected with traveling, academia, legal matters for the next month. And 24th of December, we have the exact Jupiter-Saturn square in the sky. Now, you might have felt this energy the entire month, Taurians. Essentially, the entire month, but with the spotlight being placed, especially on the 24th of December, you might need to potentially adjust your spending and adjust your attitude and your views around where your money should go. Because if you keep on spending, or if you keep on being so, I don't know, like generous with your resources, that might actually hold you back from achieving some of your long-term goals, I'd say. 27th of December, Mercury squares Saturn. Once again, another difficult conversation, and maybe also some sort of like hard, boring task connected with finances, potentially. 28th of December, Venus squares Uranus. I mean, I feel like you might shock someone and you might not even care about it. There is a possibility that you're being stubborn, someone else is being stubborn, maybe it's a boss, maybe it's your mom, maybe it's, I don't know, like a colleague, and there is a chance that you might shock them and say, I don't want us to like talk about this anymore, or I don't want us to like work together anymore. That is very much a possibility. There is a sense of a professional or health related relationship being shaken up around this time. And 30th of December, new moon, active 3 days before, 3 days after, and your 9th house sextiling Saturn. This is a great time to set goals and intentions when it comes to your education, when it comes to your academic path, when it comes to any matters connected with visas, foreign residency, and also maybe when it comes to any matters that involve you working with people who are based abroad, or that involve you traveling for professional purposes. This can also be a fresh start when it comes to maybe welcoming a guide, a mentor, or a teacher in your life that can help you achieve your long-term goals. However, Saturn is squaring Jupiter. You might need to go slow about this whole thing, even though you may be in a rush to achieve your goals ASAP. Patience is a virtue, as they say, and normally you are quite patient-oriented, but potentially not now. You might want a little bit too much. My dear Geminis, Gemini suns and Gemini risings, December, what does it have in store for you, Geminis, the last month of 2024? Well, the month kicks off with a new moon, 1st of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after. This new one puts a spotlight on your relationship sector. The new one is in a harmonious aspect with Mars. What does that tell us? It tells us that this lunation could bring a fresh start, a new beginning when it comes to a partnership or a collaboration. It can bring a fresh start potentially maybe when it comes to a business collaboration. So when we say relationships, we don't have to think about purely romantic matters. There is actually a high chance that you might start working with someone in the professional space, especially since the new moon trines Mars, the ruler of your house of day-to-day work. You could also start working with someone on the health front. I'm thinking of, I don't know, like a coach, a counselor, an advisor, a consultant, a health practitioner, in any capacity. There is also a possibility that you might enter a professional collaboration, maybe with someone who you've wanted to work with for a long time. Since Mercury is going to be retrograde at the time of this new moon, you might also finally commit to something that you have been postponing in regards to a partnership in your life. So maybe if you've promised, I don't know, your partner that you're going to do X, Y, Z, and you've kept on delaying and I don't know, postponing, it might be finally happening at the time of this new moon. There is also a possibility that together with someone else, you might agree on how you're going to make some sort of a joint goal happen. The one thing that I also want to flag is that this could be the start of a new romantic relationship, but maybe it's not necessarily completely new. Maybe you are finally saying yes to someone who's been, I don't know, on your radar for some time, but you weren't sure about them. So it is possible that this could play out romantically as well. The one thing to also keep in mind, in addition to all the other things that I have flagged, is that Jupiter is going to oppose Mercury and square Saturn. So whatever it is that you're saying yes to, you might not have the full picture. You might not know the full details. The details and the data and the numbers and the stats and the facts that you're working with may be inconclusive. They may be wrong. There could be a typo in the contract that you sign. If you are signing any contracts, I would just revise them. I would maybe ask your lawyer to revise them. I would take my time to read through them. They might need to be tweaked anyway, a little bit further down the line. If you have a partner who is saying yes to, I don't know, for example, a new business opportunity, if they're saying yes to a new job, I would also pass on this information to them and say, hey, partner, you may want to double check whatever it is that you're signing up for, because Mercury retrograde. Careful not to overpromise and underdeliver, because you are going to be impacted from a reputational perspective if you do that. There is a tendency throughout December for us to speak in this sort of like exaggerated, kind of like optimistic way, and especially for you Geminis, because Jupiter is transiting your sign. But it might come to bite you off the back further down the line. So be realistic. That's my recommendation. 2nd of December, Venus trines Uranus. Some positive news potentially connected with investments if you have investments. If not, connected with money, taxes, maybe your partner's financial situation. If you have a partner, maybe your partner receives a bonus. Maybe they treat you to something nice. You might surprise someone with like a nice gift, a thoughtful gift, but the opposite could also be true. This can be a good day to think a little bit outside of the box and act outside of the box when it comes to money and finances and investments, but this is not financial advice. You're completely responsible for how you deal with your money and finances, my dear Geminis. It can also be a day of unexpected surprises from a romantic partner, and my recommendation would be to surrender and to go with the flow, and maybe even like change your schedule, because it's probably going to be worth it. 4th of December, Mercury opposes Jupiter. Big talks, but once again, with Mercury retrograde, you might be talking a big talk, the other person might be talking a big talk, but are you sure of what it is that you're communicating about? Are you sure that you have the right data? Are you sure that you're working with the correct numbers? And like this sort of like inflated speech and discourse seems to be front and center around the 4th. Mercury is Cazimi on the 6th of December. Mercury conjunct the Sun in your house of relationships. This is a great day to say yes to a partnership, to say yes to a collaborative project. It's a day of clarity when it comes to partnerships in general and collaborations in general, be them personal or professional. 6th of December also, Mars goes retrograde. Initially, Mars is going to be retrograde in your 3rd house until the second week of January, and then until the 24th of December, it's going to be retrograde in your house of income. So Mars rules your 11th house and your 6th house of day-to-day work and health. There is a possibility that conversations in the workspace with colleagues, with clients, but maybe also conversations with health-related practitioners may not necessarily go exactly as you thought they would go from the 6th of December until the first week of January. There is a possibility that you might need to fix once again something connected with your preferred mode of transportation, maybe your car, maybe your bike, or something like that. If you are rushing into work, if you're commuting and you're in a rush, I would just recommend not to do that from the 6th of December until the first week of January, because rushing and speed can actually backfire, and you might end up having to, I don't know, like take your car to the garage and like get it fixed, or something could blow up. I mean, Mars retrograde in the 3rd house can indicate something going a little bit south when it comes to cars and transportation, and generally my recommendation would be to avoid speed. So don't speed, don't be in a rush. I mean, you might be, but alas, it might go south. There can also be heated debates and conversations in the workspace, 6th of December until the first week of January. Before you jump to conclusions, before you throw, verbal punches, make sure that you are in the right, because you might not be. 7th of December, Venus enters Aquarius until the 3rd of January. Venus is going to be transiting your 9th house, so this is actually likely to make very enjoyable, very pleasant any matters connected with traveling, foreign lands, foreign countries, and it's likely to bring help and support from others when it comes to legal matters, when it comes to matters connected with potentially education. Relationships with in-laws could actually go very well. Relationships with mentors, teachers could go very, very well. And cultural activities are likely to be quite enjoyable throughout this period as well. There is a possibility, 7th of December, when Venus conjuncts Pluto, that you might become aware of some sort of hidden aspect, hidden element that you are not fully aware of when it comes to a legal matter, when it comes to a matter connected with foreign lands and foreign countries, potentially maybe also when it comes to a matter connected with a loved one or a child, I'd say. The relationship with someone who is based abroad, be them, I don't know, like a colleague or a friend, might go through a transformation around the 7th of December. Mercury, 7th of December, is going to square Saturn. Challenging, hard, difficult conversations, boring, tedious conversations in the workspace are very possible, but also maybe when it comes to conversations that you're having with, I don't know, your partner, if you have a partner, or with your partner's family. Mercury is going to square Saturn once again on the 27th of December. So you might need to pick back up where you left off the conversation on the 7th, on the 27th of December, and finally feel like you're making some sort of progress, slow progress, but progress nevertheless. And if you get a rejection, if you get a no from someone on the 7th of December, maybe around the 27th, you might want to go back and try again and kind of like show them that you've taken their feedback on board. 12th of December, Venus opposes Mars. Potential verbal conflicts, arguments, when it comes to differing worldviews, different points of view, different beliefs, different worldviews, different life philosophies. You might stand up for what you think. The other person might stand up for, I don't know, their belief system and their worldview. There could also be challenges in communication with someone that you work with because of cultural differences or because of like time difference, for example. And there is a possibility that you might need to change your schedule, your diary, especially if you had anything planned, such as a cultural activity, because work calls, duty calls, or because, I don't know, your train gets canceled and you might need to find, I don't know, alternative transportation. 15th of December, Mercury goes direct, and we have a full moon in Gemini. Dun, 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 dun. Finally, Mercury direct. Communications, conversations with other people, interactions with others are no longer frustrating, or if you've been having a bit of an issue with a partner on a matter that you could just not agree on, now it feels like you're starting to make progress. This full moon on the 15th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after, is activating your relationship axis. So there's going to be some sort of a spotlight on a relationship, but also on how you show up in this relationship. And when I say relationship, I don't necessarily mean romantic. I really want to stress this out. I have to mention it every single time because people still comment things like, I don't care about romance. I'm like, that's okay, because this is not just about romantic relationships. This full moon is likely to bring something to your attention when it comes to a partnership, a relationship, or a collaboration. Something that is no longer working, something that might be disappointing to you, something that maybe you can no longer deliver in this relationship. You may need to communicate to the other person. For example, let's say it's your business partner. You might need to tell them, I can't work on this project anymore, or this project is no longer fulfilling me. There is a possibility that either you or someone else could decide to no longer carry on with a collaboration, and it could be in the professional space. I'm just going to say it. It could also be, for example, let's say you've been working with a financial advisor and you no longer find value in what they're bringing to the table, so you might decide to break up with them. So you might break up with a professional, let's say, collaborator or partner. Mercury is direct and it's trining Mars at the time. So I feel like you can have some really direct, blunt, straightforward, productive conversations with other people. And I also believe it's important to be honest and to call things by their name so that you can find a way to move forward from this sort of like confusing situation, if you ask me. 20th of December, probably one of my favorite days. Venus trines Jupiter. The best day for socialization, going out, connecting with friends, meeting friends. Potentially also a great day for traveling, for booking, I don't know, like planes, accommodation. A great day to go out in public and to teach others, maybe to preach to others, to share your knowledge with others. You're probably going to shine. You're going to be very appreciated. A great day to do maybe cultural things or just get involved in social activities with friends, but also maybe with your significant other. It is a great day for romance as well. So if you are single, you may want to go out because you could meet someone in a very kind of like community-based or kind of like group type of setup. You're feeling optimistic. It shows. You're attracting the right people on your side. I also like this because there can be some pleasant surprises from people that just make you kind of like trust life on this day. 21st of December, Capricorn season starts. It activates your 8th house of taxes, debts, investments, and other people's money. So that's where the spotlight is going to be for the next month. And 24th of December, Jupiter squares Saturn. Now, this aspect is exact on the 24th, but you might feel it the entire month. Basically, it puts the spotlight on having to kind of like adjust your positivity and optimism for what is practical, what is doable, what is pragmatic when it comes to your long-term career and professional commitments, and also when it comes to interacting with people in positions of power and authority. They might move at a much slower pace than you would want to move. So you are you're brimming with enthusiasm, but others who are maybe a little bit more cautious, a little bit, I don't know, more kind of like conservative, they might not necessarily see all of that enthusiasm as productive. 28th of December, Venus squares Uranus, an unexpected disruption of travel plans, a trip, or some sort of an agreement that you had with, I don't know, your significant other or with someone who you were supposed to meet out into the world. There could also be cancellations of, I don't know, planes, I'd say. That's a possibility. I'm going to put it out there. There's also a possibility you might find out something that you didn't see coming about a friend, about a romantic partner, about a child, but maybe also about an in-law. So it could just kind of like hit you by surprise. It's like, oh, I didn't know that this person was into this, and that. 30th of December, the month ends with another new moon. We start off with a new moon, we end with a new moon. We're going to have a new moon in Capricorn. It activates your 8th house, active 3 days before, 3 days after. This can be a fresh start when it comes to a new way of tackling debt, taxes, credit cards, any sort of like outstanding loans. So you might set some really kind of like serious long-term goals when it comes to getting rid of debt, when it comes to I don't know, clearing off your credit cards. You might also have some important goals that you attack together with someone else from a financial perspective. Let's say together with your partner, you decide you're going to save money for XYZ, or you are committing to pay off your mortgage sooner or to overpay your mortgage. And it feels like you are setting your intentions towards some sort of long-term goals connected with finances. This could also be the time when your partner is experiencing some sort of a financial fresh start. Maybe they are receiving, I don't know, like a promotion, but that involves not just more money, it involves more work, it involves potentially new kind of like schedules. It involves addressing how things are going to work at home. It might involve addressing the matter of expenses. Saturn is squaring Jupiter. Whoever it is that you're talking to about money, they may not necessarily be as optimistic and as enthusiastic as you are, but because you have to work together with this person, you may need to meet them somewhere halfway and to be mindful of their skepticism and of their fears, if you ask me. A process of transformation may kick off also in the professional space around this time, but it could be something that starts to happen for you Geminis behind the scenes. Maybe you're no longer, I don't know, keen to share this from the very get-go with the entire world. You might say, you know what, I'm going to start working on this in private. I'm only going to share it with my nearest and dearest, and as things start to evolve, I'm going to shout it out from the rooftops. That is Gemini. My lovely Cancerians, my Cancerian brothers and sisters, I'm a Cancer ascendant. December, what is going on? Well, I can tell you this, Cancerians, you are, busy is probably an understatement. I have to say it. It is a packed month, especially, I was about to say until Capricorn season starts, but no, I think it's going to be a packed month all the way until the 27th of December, at least. You might even have work to do on the 27th of December. So the month kicks off 1st of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after, with a new one in your house of day-to-day work. Mercury is retrograde. So what does that tell me? You might start off a new job or a new work-related project that you knew of, that was delayed, that was postponed, that was on your radar for quite some time. And now finally you're like, okay, come on, full speed ahead. Let's go. Let's make it happen. This could also be a fresh start. Again, maybe something that you've been delaying, Cancerians, when it comes to your health, when it comes to any sort of like health related routines. So if you've been postponing going back to the gym, if you've been postponing, I don't know, some sort of a health related checkup, this is it. This is your time to say, come on, let's do this. You seem to have a lot of energy and enthusiasm and to be very eager to invest in both work related projects as well as health related projects. You may start working with someone from abroad, with a team from abroad. You may start working with a new team altogether. You may also start directing more of your creative energy into the workspace. But again, it feels like you have to focus on old ideas in some shape or form, and finally bring them to the public's attention, let's say. Jupiter opposes Mercury. Careful, because you might not be aware of the hidden aspects of whatever it is that you're saying yes to. Read the fine print, read contracts. Make sure that if you want to give up on whatever it is that you're kicking off around this time, make sure that it doesn't require you to jump through like tens of thousands of like hoops or anything like that. Make sure that it is a straightforward path. Maybe this sounds weird, but I would recommend having an exit plan, just in case things don't go exactly as expected, because the energy and the enthusiasm is high, but Jupiter is in the 12th house. Jupiter rules this new moon, so there could be some unforeseen hidden elements that might come to the surface that challenge you a little bit further down the line. And also be aware of any sort of like legal implications of what you're saying yes to. Read the law, read the fine print, read the contracts, and take your time. 2nd of December, probably one of the best days of the month. 2nd of December and the 20th of December are my favorite days. 2nd of December, Venus trines Uranus. Unexpected surprise from a friend, a romantic partner, or a business partner. An unexpected maybe opportunity to collaborate, to make money together. You might also surprise one of your family members, or they might surprise you with some sort of an activity that you are really enthusiastic about, and that seems to kind of like push you closer to something that you've maybe wanted for a long time. I'd say it can be a very romantic day. It can be a very enjoyable day when it comes to relationships, friendship, and group related activities. If you need to accomplish something together with a community, a friend, an organization, or a business partner, this is the day to do so. It feels like things are going to go your way. And this is also a day to do things in a little bit of a more unconventional manner. That's what's going to work out really, really nicely. 4th of December, Mercury opposes Jupiter. I'm just going to say too much work, too much information, too much data. It looks like there is way too many spinning and moving plates on your radar, my dear Cancerians. Therefore, I just recommend prioritizing, and whatever needs to be taken off your plate, just take it off your plate. You don't want to, I don't know, get like anxiety and lose sleep, which is possible, just because you're trying to do everything at once, okay? 6th of December, Mercury conjuncts the Sun in your 6th house of health and work. This is a great day when you seem to have clarity in regards to a job, in regards to a work-related project, but also maybe when it comes to a health-related matter. You seem to have clarity as to how you need to act, as to what sort of financial implications you might be dealing with. And it's a great day to make a presentation in the workspace as well, especially if you're talking to someone who is like an old client. If you're presenting something to someone from the past, I'd say. Mars goes retrograde on the 6th of December until the 24th of February. Actually, from the 6th until the first week of January, Mars is going to be retrograde in your 2nd house of income. Now, I would recommend just slowing down with the spending, my dear Cancerians. You don't want to overdo it. You don't want to go through, I don't know, like impulsive spending. You don't want to regret putting money behind something that turns out not to be exactly what you wanted. You may also have to fight for something connected with your money and finances from the 6th of December until the first week of January. Maybe it's a matter that you thought was solved and dealt with, but now it's coming back to your attention, and you might need to stand up and assert yourselves and say, hey, that's not okay. It could also be a financial matter connected with your kids, if you have kids, or with a creative project. Maybe it ends up costing more than you thought it would. Maybe you just need to, talk to the person who said would charge you a certain amount, and now they're turning around and saying, no, this is going to cost you more. I would also be mindful of anything that you may feel like you have to defend when it comes to your value system from the 6th of December until the first week of January, my dear Cancerians. Be aware of the fact that you could stand up for things that are maybe no longer that important to you. I don't know, maybe you realize, if you kind of like take a bit of a step back, you realize, okay, this mattered a lot to me, but does it really matter now? There could be some delays that you experience with creative projects in general from the 6th of December until the 24th of February. That's okay. If there are any creative projects that you've postponed, go back to them. Maybe even professional projects that you've postponed, go back to them. Invest some of your time in them. Maybe you need to spend a little bit of extra cash to make them happen. I would not necessarily kick off new things from a creative perspective or from a professional perspective throughout this period, but it is a good idea to go back to old projects and to maybe redo them or as I said, invest more in them. 7th of December until the 3rd of January, Venus transits your 8th house. This is a great time for investments. I want to stress out that this is not financial advice, so you are completely responsible for how you deal with your financial situation, but generally you may see some sort of a positive outcome, positive result when it comes to investments, if you have investments from the 7th of December until the 3rd of January. There could also be some sort of a hidden matter coming to your attention connected with finances, taxes, loans, debts, and investments around the 7th of December. And I do believe that this feels very serious, essentially. You might need to make a significant payment around the 7th of December connected with your home life and family life, but also potentially connected with a long-term goal for the future. Speaking of Venus, Venus is also the ruler of your house of friendship. So there could be some sort of crisis connected with a friendship coming to your attention around the 7th of December. Maybe a friend is in crisis and you need to help them. Maybe they need your help, they need your support. 7th of December until the 3rd of January is a good time for you to attract gifts. It is a good time to also enjoy your intimate life. And generally your partner, if you are in a relationship, is likely to feel very generous. Mercury is going to be squaring Saturn on the 7th of December. Some sort of a challenging conversation in the workspace. You might need to delay it. You might need to postpone it until after Mercury is out of retrograde. Something that you were really enthusiastic about in the workspace, or maybe when it comes to, I don't know, like your health, might need to be reevaluated or delayed or postponed. So maybe you were planning to, I don't know, attend like a semi-marathon or something like that, and because of, I don't know, work-related matters, you might need to delay that. You might need to postpone that. Traveling for work, not necessarily for pleasure, or if you are traveling, maybe having to deal with a work-related matter is very possible on the 7th of December. 12th of December, Venus opposes Mars. I mean, there could be some sort of a conflict connected with money and finances that comes to your attention. Maybe you feel like you've been overcharged for something. Maybe someone feels like you've overcharged them. Maybe I have to say, you realize that you didn't necessarily read the fine print when it comes to some sort of a, I don't know, purchase that you've made. I would be very mindful of any purchases that you make around the 12th of December, also day before and day after, especially if you're purchasing something for someone else. They might not like it, so it could be a good idea to hold on to the receipt and just return it if they don't like it. And don't take it personally, it's not about you. There is a possibility, however, that you might take it personally. I'd say there's a possibility also that something could break around the house, maybe something that you purchased recently, and you might need to replace it or fix it or just pay for something connected with some sort of an object around the house. 15th of December, Mercury is direct. Finally, Cancerians. So any sort of like delays, challenges in communication, miscommunication, issues that have been causing a little bit of like mental frustration in the workspace, it feels like they're getting resolved. It feels like things are coming back to normal. It also feels like if there have been these sort of behind the scenes, unexpected, unforeseen issues that you've been dealing with in the workspace, now you have clarity as to what it is that you're dealing with, how you need to address them, and so on. This date, the 15th of December, is also the day of the full moon in Gemini. It's going to be active 3 days before, 3 days after. Something is coming to a close work-wise. Maybe you are wrapping up a project. Maybe you're giving up on a job. Maybe a colleague is leaving. Maybe the work environment that you know and that you are very familiar and comfortable with is going through a shift, a change, and you might be a little bit confused as to what's coming up next. You might also be a little bit disappointed because you did not necessarily see this coming. This could be a time when you have to give up on something connected with maybe some sort of a work-related commitment or something that you thought you would be able to handle, but now it feels like really difficult. It feels really hard. It feels like you no longer have that sense of clarity. This may be a time when you need to rest and take it slow and take it easy. There is a possibility that your immune system maybe is a little bit weakened. So if you have to take some time off, if you have to, I don't know, postpone some work appointments, do it, because you're probably going to feel a lot better. Mercury is going to trine Mars. I feel like you're going to know exactly what you need to do in order to move forward with your work and with your career after a little bit of a break. And some of you, I repeat, could be leaving their jobs around this time. I'm just going to say it. 20th of December, probably one of the best days of the month. Venus trines Jupiter. I mean, this is great for your financial situation, Cancerians, especially when it comes to investments. It could be a great day when it comes to financial matters connected with your partner, if you have a partner. It is a great day to maybe receive gifts and gift things to other people. It is also a very good day to improve relationships, relationships with friends, with family members, with colleagues, with co-workers. If any relationship has been experiencing challenges, the 20th of December is a day to kind of like circle in your calendar, take advantage of it, and just, I don't know, apologize. Just say, listen, I don't know what I was thinking. I'm sorry. It's a beautiful day to also enjoy romance away from the world, if you ask me. And you might enjoy a very kind of like strong mental connection with someone that really seems to get you, and that feels like a very healing experience. You might feel able to like open up to someone about something that you've been going through. Another person could do the same thing with you, and it could just feel like a very cathartic moment for both of you. 21st of December, Capricorn season starts. The spotlight is going to be placed on your relationship, partnership, and collaboration sector. 24th of December, Jupiter squares Saturn. I mean, this aspect is exact on the 24th, but you might feel it the entire month. Essentially, the whole of December, it feels like you have to adjust your expectations when it comes to what it is that you want to accomplish in the workspace, what it is that you want to accomplish. Also, maybe when it comes to your health-related goals, you may be in a rush to kind of like cover a lot of ground, but alas, things don't necessarily seem to be fully within your control. There is a possibility that you might just want to, I don't know, focus on rest and relaxation and doing things away from the world that stimulate your mind, such as reading, but duty calls, or it could feel like someone needs your support. Maybe it's a partner, maybe it's an in-law, and you might kind of like need to find some sort of a sweet spot, some sort of a middle ground between getting away from the world and I don't know, doing your duty towards this person, because it does feel like a bit of a duty. 27th of December, Mercury squares Saturn. Some sort of like hard, tedious, boring work. Maybe connected with taxes, legal matters. You might also need to help someone and you're not in the mood for it, but at the same time, you're thinking, okay, this is the right thing to do. This is the morally sound thing to do. You might also feel a little bit drained and tired. So if you need to slow down, take a breather, and just kind of like adjust your expectations in terms of what you thought you would accomplish on this day, do it. Delays if you're traveling around this time are very, very possible, especially if you're like long distance traveling. 28th of December, Venus squares Uranus. Some sort of an unexpected development connected with a friend, maybe connected with the plans that you had made with a friend, or maybe connected with the plans that you had made with family members. So I don't know, let's say you thought you would visit family after Christmas and they call you and they say, we've got the flu, don't come. So you just have to adjust your plans. 30th of December, new moon. The year ends with a new moon. I love it. A new beginning. I mean, it's very fitting. New beginning when it comes to a partnership, a relationship, or a collaboration. It could be a business partnership. It could be the beginning of a new fruitful business collaboration for the long term. It could be with someone who is based abroad, or it could be with someone who comes from a different cultural background and who can help you maybe navigate the ins and outs of a setup that you're not super familiar with. You could start working with someone legally. If you need a legal advisor, you might find just the right person. This could also be a fresh start for a partner. So if you are in a relationship, your partner could start learning something. They could commit to something in the long term, maybe something of an educational nature. Speaking of partnerships, if you're single, this could be the beginning of a new relationship, romantically, but with someone that maybe you're already familiar with, I'd say. You may want to take it slow, or the other person might want to take it slow, but it also feels like you want to find out a lot, and there could be a little bit of a sense of frustration. You might want to find out a lot more of what you did not know about this person, even if they are an acquaintance, even if you're acquainted with them. But there could be a sense of frustration because this person has very strong boundaries, or they have a completely different pace and rhythm compared to your pace. And that could sometimes kind of like irritate you. Whoever it is that you're connecting with, collaborating with around this time, be it in the professional sense or in the romantic sense, alas, slow and steady is the name of the game, even though sometimes that could be a little bit of a pain in the back for you, my lovely Cancerians. I'm just gonna say it. My dear Leos, Leo suns and Leo risings, the last month of 2024. What does it have in store for you, Leos? Well, the month kicks off with a new moon on the 1st of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after, in your 5th house. So this new moon could bring a fresh start, some sort of a new beginning when it comes to your children, if you do have kids. You might decide, you know what, I'm going to spend more time playing with my kids, or I'm going to send them to play tennis, or we're going to play tennis together. So there can be some sort of a new beginning that involves action and energy together with your children. This new moon can also bring a fresh start when it comes to your romantic life. So you might be very eager to go after someone, and I do believe you're the one pursuing in some shape or form. I'm just gonna put it out there. You might muster up the courage to talk to them, invite them out for a date. Maybe they're a friend, and you're thinking, you know what? I want to be more than friends. I want to be together. This new moon can also bring a new beginning when it comes to a creative project, a collaborative project, a project maybe where you work with friends, with people who you have been in contact with for quite some time. It feels like this fresh start is kind of like throwing you back to something that you've thought of in the past, whether that is a potential romantic connection or a creative project. You might also decide to invest more time in what makes you happy, in your passions, in your hobbies, and maybe you've been meaning to do this for quite some time, and now you're feeling like, okay, this is going to be the priority. Fun together with a community, with a group of people, with maybe your friends, is a key theme at the time of this new moon. You may decide to organize something fun together with your friends. However, if you are organizing something and you seem to be full of energy and enthusiasm and joy, and you're very driven, I would also check in with the other people involved, because they might not be as enthusiastic and as eager to go down the path that you want to go. They might have some reserves, some sort of a maybe fear when it comes to the financial commitment. Speaking of finances, any sort of like financial commitments that you make around this time, my recommendation would be to talk them through thoroughly, because otherwise, because of Mercury retrograde, Mercury is squaring Saturn, it could come back and bite you off of the back a little bit further down the line. Also, let's say that you want to, I don't know, do something nice for your kid, send them to like swimming classes or something like that. But my recommendation would be to think it through and to be a little bit more cautious when it comes to money and when it comes to what sort of expense this involves, because if you don't do that now, it could actually lead to conflicts with a partner a little bit further down the line. Once again, 2nd of December, really nice day, probably one of the best days of the month. 2nd of December and the 20th of December, if you ask me, are the best days of the month. Venus trines Uranus. Unexpected, pleasant surprise coming from a boss, a colleague, coming from the workplace. Maybe you're signing an important client. Maybe you're receiving an unexpected offer. Maybe you're receiving an unexpected promotion. Maybe you're getting involved because people are recommending you in a project that you're really going to enjoy. It feels like you're very appreciated. You're very valued in the professional space. It feels like there could also be some sort of a surprise win in your professional life, my dear Leos. A very positive conversation is likely to happen on the 2nd of December as well, when it comes to work, but also when it comes to your health. If you ask me, if you need to schedule an interview, if you're looking for a new job, Leos, I would schedule it on the 2nd of December. Just saying. 4th of December, Mercury opposes Jupiter. I mean, you might be trying to please a lot of people. You might be overpromising and under-delivering. You might be trying to do a little bit too much with your friends or with your romantic partner or with your kids. And it just feels like you need to like scale back and slow down and not try to be in 1,000 places at the same time, because everyone might end up getting disappointed. Some crossed wires in communication with friends, kids, and with a certain community. That is a possibility. 6th of December, Mercury conjuncts the Sun in your 5th house. Clarity when it comes to a romantic matter is very likely. Clarity when it comes to a creative project is also very, very likely, my dear Leos. And important clarifying conversations with children can be a key theme as well. You also seem to be brimming with creative ideas on this day. I love it. Use it. Channel it. Also, 6th of December, Mars goes retrograde until the 24th of February. From the 6th of December until the first week of January, Mars is going to be retrograde in your 1st house. Now, Mars for you, Leos, is the ruler of your 9th house and of your 4th house. So what does that tell me? Well, first and foremost, it's telling me, Leos, that until the first week of December, you might be a little bit more argumentative than you normally are. And I'm not saying that you are argumentative, but you might be quite argumentative, especially when it comes to matters connected with home life, family life, real estate, traveling, and your belief system. So you might be really quick to anger and really quick to jump to defend your worldviews, your life philosophy, your belief system. You might also be really quick to jump into a conflict with a family member, for example. You can end up getting quite frustrated and irritated when it comes to matters connected with home life, family life, and potentially maybe like traveling or legal matters, especially from the 6th of December until the first week of January. I would recommend slowing down and not doing anything rash, not doing anything that is not prudent, let's say. Especially from the 6th of December until the first week of January. I would recommend not speeding. I would recommend not burning yourselves out, Leos. I would recommend not pushing yourselves too hard in the gym. And I would also recommend caution when it comes to working with sharp tools or tools that involve heat, because Mars retrograde can backfire in those regards. Careful not to... I mean, unless it's absolutely necessary. I'm just going to put it out there. This is not medical advice. Please listen to the advice of your doctor. But if possible, I would avoid any sort of surgery or any sort of work on the physical body that involves heat or sharp tools. I'm even thinking of things like, I don't know, Botox, for example, especially when Mars is retrograde in your first house. I would basically avoid all of this until the 24th of February at least, but especially from the 6th of December until the first week of January. That's just my recommendation. 7th of December, Venus enters Aquarius in your 7th house until the 3rd of January. Now, generally, this is a really auspicious, a really positive, a really enjoyable, a really pleasant time when it comes to partnerships, connections, relationships. This can attract very accommodating people in your life. It can make relationships feel a lot more enjoyable. It can bring romance into your relationships. It's a great time to date, I'd say. It may feel like your partner is much eager to please you, and that people in general are very eager to please you. This is a transit that promotes friendships and relationships. I'm going to put it out there. But especially on the 7th of December, you might find out something that you're not necessarily thrilled with. Maybe something that feels like it was hidden from you. Maybe something that feels like it was buried and you just kind of like accidentally uncover it. You might find out something connected with a business partner, with a business collaborator, potentially also something connected with your significant other. And I don't know how you feel about it, essentially. You might feel maybe disappointed or a little bit betrayed. There is a possibility that someone could be keeping secrets from you, but you're probably going to find them out around the 7th of December. Mercury is going to square Saturn on the 7th of December, so difficult conversations around intimacy, money, relationships, taxes, debts, and children are possible on the 7th as well. 12th of December, Venus opposes Mars. I mean, this is a prime day for conflicts and arguments. You might be very quick to jump to conclusions and potentially even make someone feel attacked. It could feel like you're really angry with your partner, or you could be really angry with a collaborator, with a business partner. You might even be really angry with a boss or someone in the professional space. You could pick up the wrong message, Leos. I'm going to put it out there. Mercury is still retrograde and you might jump to conclusions and you might be quick to, I don't know, to like jump into a fight. But I would recommend slowing down and making sure that you have all the right data, all the right numbers, all the right stats, because this can backfire and it can actually have a negative impact, a detrimental impact on a perfectly functional and very good collaboration, I'd say. 15th of December, Mercury goes direct, finally. So challenges in communication, challenges in maybe the flow of creative ideas are probably coming to an end. Challenges in communication when it comes to romantic partners, friends, or children are probably going to get resolved. 15th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after. We also have a full moon in Gemini, activating your 11th house, 5th house axis, squaring Neptune. I feel like this is a culminating point in a friendship. You might be disappointed with a friend, or you might be disappointed with something that's going on in a group, in a community, in an organization that you're a part of. Even though you might be disappointed with someone, and you might feel like conversations are headed nowhere, and maybe the reason why you're disappointed is because you're very driven and the other people are not as driven and not as clear on the goals as you are. You seem to be very clear on where you want to be headed. You seem to have a lot of like energy to make things happen yourselves, Leos. And I would even recommend taking the lead in general. If something feels dodgy or fishy or inconclusive, just address it head on. This can also be the time when you complete a creative project, but it may not end up looking exactly the way that you wanted it to look. And if you are attending any sort of like social event, my recommendation would be to keep an eye on your wallet and to make sure that you're not overspending. And there is a possibility that there could be some challenges in communication with people in a group type of setup. If you need to make any presentations, I don't know, if you need to like speak publicly, I would potentially postpone this until after the 15th. So maybe like 16th, 17th, and so on. 20th of December, Venus trines Jupiter, probably one of the best days of the month. very romantic day, a great day for social events, social activities, speaking in public, attending concerts, attending, again, any sort of like group type of activity. A great day for romance, a great day for dates, a great day to patch things up with someone, be it a friend, be it a romantic partner. A great day to get on someone's good side, as they say. If you've been upset with someone, you might also be surprised in a pleasant way that they come to you and they're trying to find some sort of a middle ground, find a way to work together, find a way for the relationship to move forward. It is also a very good day to make plans for the future together with someone else when it comes to traveling, or when it comes to maybe children or enjoyable, fun activities, creative activities, and so on. 21st of December, the sun enters Capricorn in your 6th house of day-to-day work and health. So it's going to be putting the spotlight on these two topics for the next month. 24th of December, Jupiter squares Saturn. The thing with this energy is that you might actually feel it the entire month. So the entire month, it may feel like you have big plans for the future, but other people are slowing you down. And you need to be mindful of their reserves, of their reluctance, of their vulnerabilities, of their feelings, of their boundaries, of the way in which maybe they have been disappointed in the past. So you might need to kind of like adjust your plans to take that into account. You might also have this sort of like very optimistic view of the future, but a significant other may not really feel that way. They might feel a little bit stuck or blocked or confused the whole month. 27th of December, a difficult conversation may need to happen once again with maybe an accountant or a financial advisor or someone who impacts your money in some shape or form. You might also need to slow down with the spending. I'm just going to say it because you might be racking up some significant debt, or your partner might tell you, listen, we have to slow down with the spending because we've got bills to pay. That's a possibility. 28th of December, Venus squares Uranus. Some sort of a disruptive experience when it comes to the relationship with maybe like a business partner, a client, or someone who you've been collaborating with on the business front. There could also be something unexpected happening in the life of a partner connected with their family. So you might need to, I don't know, be very understanding and accommodating and give them some sort of like grace, because this thing seems to have hit them out of nowhere. And the month and the year ends with a new moon in your 6th house of day-to-day work and health, sextiling Saturn. It's the perfect time to make a commitment to change your habits, to change what your day-to-day routines look like. You could be setting goals, you could be setting long-term intentions that involve effort and commitment when it comes to your health, including mental health, emotional, psychological, and so on. The key theme here is transformation of your health, but potentially also transformation of your workplace and your work environment. Some of you could be saying yes to a new job, some of you could be starting a new work-related project. It is something that you're probably going to be building with other people in the long term. However, you might be keen and eager to make things happen quickly at a big scale, and it's just not going to function that way. So slow, steady, patient, and remember that it's probably not going to be a solo venture. So you're going to need other people to buy into what it is that you're committing to. I'd say Leos. Virgos, Virgo suns and Virgo risings. December. What does it look like for you? So the month starts off with a new moon, 1st of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after, in your 4th house of home, family, living situation. So this new moon can actually bring some sort of a fresh start, some sort of a new beginning, potentially connected with your home life. Maybe some of you are moving into a new home. Maybe some of you have decided, okay, you know what, we're going to sell our house. We're going to get rid of the house. Some of you could hear news connected with family members that might take you by surprise. So for example, you could hear that your parents are, I don't know, moving across the country, or your sister's gonna have a baby, or something along those lines. There is also a possibility that you may need to take some action and decisions regarding your home life and family life, because You're finally maybe going back to something that you wanted to focus on from a professional perspective. Maybe your career is growing. Maybe you're going back into work. Maybe, I don't know, you were on a maternity leave and now you have to go back into work and you have to make new arrangements in the home environment. It does feel like there is a spotlight also placed on your career and your public life at the time of this new moon. And based off of how your professional life is growing and expanding and how you're maybe, I don't know, setting your eyes on new horizons and new endeavors, you have to take into account what that means for your family, what that means for your private life, what that means for your living situation. Maybe if you're saying yes to like a big, I don't know, like job opportunity, it might involve moving. It might involve telling your family, hey, this is it. I'm saying yes to the job, so we're gonna move to a different country. There is a chance that you might be very enthusiastic about this, and someone in your life, it could be a partner, it could be a parent, it could be a family member, they may not partake in your enthusiasm. Is that the expression? They might not be as enthusiastic as you are. That's basically what I'm trying to say. But hey, sometimes I try to use fancy words, especially since we're talking about this new moon in Sagittarius ruled by Jupiter and Gemini. So you might need to, I don't know, take someone's fears and reluctance into account, maybe dim down a little bit your enthusiasm because things seem to be a little bit more difficult than they are for you. They seem to be more difficult for this other person. It could actually place some sort of like restrictions on this other person. I believe there is some sort of a reason to celebrate at home around this time, Virgos, but you might be in a rush to make things happen. Someone else in your life might be kind of like trying to slow you down a little bit, and they might have a point. So don't get angry with them. 2nd of December, probably one of the best days of the month. Venus trines Uranus. Surprise traveling, surprise developments on the romantic front, really exciting, enjoyable, unexpected, I'm going to say wins when it comes to your education, when it comes to legal matters potentially. Unexpected fun out into the world can be a key theme around this time. There's also a possibility that you might meet someone who you kind of like hit it off with immediately, especially in the professional setup, but also maybe in a cultural setup. So if you're going to, I don't know, like an art gallery, like an exhibition or something along those lines. This can be a time, if you have kids, when your children might pleasantly surprise you with, I don't know, some sort of a win on the educational front. Maybe you hear news that they've been accepted to like a prestigious university or something like that. Surprise traveling, surprise encounters with people from different countries, different I don't know, cultural backgrounds, but also a lot of inspiration with kind of like fresh original ideas might make its way to you around this time, Virgos. A fun day, a romantic day, think outside of the box, do things in a weird, quirky way. It's going to work out. 4th of December, Mercury opposes Jupiter. Be careful not to overpromise and underdeliver in the workspace. Conversations are kind of like optimistic and joyous, both in the professional life kind of like sector, but also in your personal life. However, Mercury is retrograde, so whatever it is that you're talking about, I mean, don't exaggerate. And if you're talking to people who tell you things that sound too good to be true, I was about to say don't trust them. Take things with a pinch of salt, let's say. There could also be some sort of like miscommunication in the professional space, but also with family members and parents in particular. You might say one thing, they might understand something else. There could be some sort of an issue also potentially connected with parents traveling and family traveling. I would be mindful of that and open to change my plans at the last minute. 6th of December, Mercury is Cazimi in your 4th house of home. So clarity regarding what your home and living situation is going to look like in the long term. A very kind of like clarifying conversation with a family member. Clarity around matters connected with real estate or possible if you need to like purchase real estate, if you need to sell real estate, if you need to sign, I don't know, like a new lease. This is the day to do so. 6th of December also, Mars goes retrograde. Mars rules your 8th house and your 3rd house. So Mars retrograde might mess up your sleep a little bit from the 6th of December until the first week of January. There could also be some sort of like hidden issues. I'm going to call them hidden enemies, but obviously take this metaphorically, that impact your plans when it comes to short distance traveling, especially from the 6th of December until the first week of January. There could be disruptions interfering with your travel plans, especially if you take the train or if you drive. There could also be issues connected with payments, transactions, taxes, debts, loans, mortgages that might kind of like frustrate you and irritate you throughout this period. And you might need to go back to like solve them, and you might need to, I don't know, like call the right people and dig through your, I don't know, like emails. I was about to say your archive, as if you're the National Library. Dig through your archive and just prove that others are in the wrong. It feels like you're dealing with something behind the scenes that is, again, keeping you awake at night. It could be some sort of a fear. It could be something that you've dealt with in the past. It could be something connected with finances. I will say taxes, debts, and things like that. Don't rush. Be careful what you say, because what you say can be used against you. So choose your words carefully. And remember that not everyone is a friend, even if they are talking a nice, beautiful, I don't know, like apparently friendly talk. So be careful what you disclose to others. 7th of December until the 3rd of January, Venus transits your 6th house in Aquarius. So this is likely to make work-related matters quite enjoyable, collaborations in the workspace quite enjoyable. You might even be able to befriend, to form some friendships in the workspace. If you're looking to attract a new job opportunity, this is it. You may be able to do so. There is a possibility, I am thinking, you might even have to like travel for work purposes. You might also invest money into your health, I'd say. If you're looking to collaborate with someone on the health front, such as, I don't know, like a health practitioner, this is a time to find someone. You may find like a good person, a good individual to help you achieve your goals. There is a possibility that something might come to the surface regarding a work colleague or regarding your work environment around the 7th of December, and you might not be thrilled with it. It may involve some sort of a transformation of a relationship, I'd say. Mercury is squaring Saturn on this day. Challenging conversations also with a colleague, a work partner, maybe also with your significant other around your job, around maybe work schedule. It may feel like they're not exactly seeing things the way that you want them to see things, and I don't necessarily believe that you should waste your breath in trying to convince them. I would just kind of like give them time. There's also a possibility that a family member might have some potentially kind of like difficult news for you when it comes to either their work or their health. Now, it is fixable, it is solvable, but it might give you a little bit of mental kind of like stress and anxiety. 12th of December, Mars opposes Venus. Conflict in the workspace. A relationship is challenged in the workspace. Challenging conversations and communications, maybe because you've said the wrong thing and you didn't realize it, maybe because the other person said the wrong thing and they didn't realize it. I would be very mindful of what you say to people in the workspace, because it can backfire and it can alter for the long term maybe what used to be a perfectly functional professional relationship. 15th of December, Mercury goes direct. Finally. If you've been experiencing delays, frustrations, challenges in communication, challenges connected with paperwork, challenges connected with, I don't know, like commerce, sales, and things like that, especially when it comes to real estate matters, home matters, living situation matters, Mercury direct is probably going to help solve these issues. 15th of December is also the day of the full moon this month. Active 3 days before, 3 days after, my dear Virgos. The full moon in Gemini activates your house of career, public status, public reputation, as well as your house of home and living situation, and it is squaring Neptune. So something is coming to a culminating point professionally for you. Maybe you're wrapping up a job. Maybe you're saying yes to some sort of a potentially promotion, or maybe like a position with more responsibility, with more prestige, but it feels like someone is not necessarily, even though you might want them to be, someone is not necessarily as happy about this as you are. Maybe they have their worries. Maybe they have their doubts. Maybe it's your partner thinking, if you say yes to this job, when are you going to be at home and, I don't know, spend time with me? So they could be a little bit jealous. They could be a bit disappointed that they're not going to have you all for themselves. There's also a possibility that a professional partnership may be dissolved. That is very likely. Possibly that a boss might leave, or that leadership could change, could be dissolved at the top of the company. There's also a possibility that a parent might be experiencing some sense of like dissolution in their life. Maybe it's a dissolution of something that they've worked towards. Maybe something that they've invested a lot of time in didn't turn out exactly as they expected it to turn out. Confusion and disappointment may feature at the time of this full moon because of someone else, because of how they've handled things, because of, I don't know, the fact that they've been disorganized, because of the fact that they've been all over the place, they've been scattered, maybe because you feel betrayed and lied to. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that a person wanted to lie to you, but they might have, like, how should I say, tweaked the truth. The truth is probably going to come to the surface, however, and I think that's a good thing. No matter what, no matter how disappointing it is, because at least you know, okay, this is what I need to do. This is the direction in which I need to be headed. This is what I need to be focusing on. Now, if a parent is going through a tough time, a challenging time, it does look like you're going to be able to help them. You're going to be able to like infuse them with energy and optimism, and even help them in a practical way. So don't worry and don't stress too much about that. It could be a partner's parent. So if you're in a relationship, it may not necessarily be your parent. It could be their parent. 20th of December, probably one of the best days of the month. I mean, the 2nd and the 20th are my favorite days this month. Virgos, Venus trines Jupiter, success, achievement, wins, appreciation in your professional life, my dear Virgos. So you have scored a big win, whether that is like an exciting job opportunity, whether that is a successful project that you're presenting to the world, whether that is public appreciation. I feel like conversations in the workspace are going exactly as you want them to go, even if in the past they have been disappointing. This is a great time to say yes to opportunities to collaborate with others in the workplace. It's a great time to kind of like take your wins and give yourselves permission to receive the compliments, receive the tokens of appreciation in the professional sector. This can also be a time of really building very successful relationships with people, either professionally or in the health space. Speaking of health, you're feeling great. If you have been experiencing any challenges health-wise this month, I believe you're feeling exactly as you're supposed to be feeling. So like really good on the 20th of December. This is also a great day for socialization and for attending like social events, social occasions together with work colleagues, maybe together with family members. They're probably going to turn out beautifully, and if you have contributed to organizing these events, you're probably going to receive, once again, compliments and appreciation for the way things have turned out. So definitely one of my absolute favorite days. 21st of December, the sun enters Capricorn in your 5th house. I mean, finally, the spotlight is going to be placed on having some fun, enjoying the holiday season, maybe. But the spotlight is also going to be placed for the next month on children if you have kids, and also on creative endeavors. 24th of December, Jupiter squares Saturn. Now, you might have actually felt this energy the entire month, but it is exact. It is the most intense on the 24th of December. So you are on a path of growth and ascension and expansion professionally, my dear Virgos. However, there seems to be someone in your life who's maybe like delaying, blocking you, maybe bringing, I don't know, like reluctance, fear, resistance to the table. It could be a partner, it could be an advisor, it could just be an adversary, it could just be someone who's like, yeah, just throwing spanners in the work, and maybe they don't want to see you win. Maybe they're afraid of you. Maybe you're the opposition. Maybe you're their adversary. That doesn't mean that you're not going to win. I do believe you actually will. But this person does seem to have experience. They do seem to be very entrenched in this sort of like situation. So take them seriously. That's my recommendation. Don't ignore them. There's also a possibility that throughout the entire month, you might be super enthusiastic about where things are headed professionally, and your partner may not partake in your enthusiasm, maybe because, I don't know, they're going through a hard time in their professional life. So as much as they would want to celebrate with you, they might be feeling a bit like sore because things are not looking up for them yet. 27th of December, Mercury squares Saturn, hard talks, hard topics, hard conversations with a family member or a partner. They could be difficult conversations also connected with health. It feels like something might need to be fixed around the house. Something isn't functioning in the way that it's supposed to function. There is a possibility that it could be, I don't know, like an electronic device or anything connected with communication. Maybe it's the Wi-Fi, something along those lines. 28th of December, Venus squares Uranus. Last minute, unexpected change when it comes to maybe like a work or a health related appointment. Someone might cancel on you at the last minute, or maybe you need to change your plans because you have to travel at the very last minute. A professional relationship might experience some sort of a shakeup because you're coming from kind of like two very, very different worldviews and viewpoints, I'd say. Now, it is going to be up to you to decide whether this difference in terms of worldviews is worth you ruining the relationship with this person. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I'm just describing the astrology. I'm not here to dictate what you do. You have free will, right? And last but not least, Virgos, 30th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we're going to have a new moon in your 5th house. For some people, this could mean pregnancy. For some people, this could mean a fresh start when it comes to matters connected with children, together with a partner. So maybe together with your partner, Virgos, you're deciding that you're going to invest, I don't know, more time, energy, and resources into activities with your kids. Maybe you are deciding to, I don't know, like save money for their, like start saving money for their college pot or something like that. This could also be the time when you make a commitment to invest more in your romantic life, Virgos. It doesn't matter if you are single or if you're in a relationship. If you're single, you might decide, you know what, I'm going to put effort into meeting someone. If you're in a relationship, you might decide that you want to put effort into strengthening the tie, strengthening the bond, and bringing back romance into your life. A collaborative creative project could also kick off around this time. Saturn squares Gemini, Jupiter in Gemini, not Gemini. What I really want to stress out, Virgos, is that you might come in with the best of intentions and you might be brimming with ideas, but you may need to move at someone else's pace in order to make things happen. And someone else's pace could be slow, maybe even extra slow. Just keep that in mind. My dear Libras, Libra suns and Libra risings, December 2024. What does it have in store for you, Libras? Well, the month is going to start off with a new moon. 1st of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after, in your 3rd house. So this new moon could bring in some sort of a new beginning connected with classes, courses, studies, writing. If you need to write anything, you might finally get on with it, as they say. If you've been meaning to, I don't know, learn how to drive, if you've been meaning to get a certification of some sorts, this new moon does put the spotlight on those kinds of activities. Libra, it does feel like you may start off something that you thought about in the past, I'd say, because the new moon is happening with Mercury retrograde. For example, if you've been meaning to, like I said, get a certification of some sorts, now is the time you're gonna get the job done. If you've been postponing taking an exam, then this is it. This is the time. You need to pass the exam, Libras, or you might need to kick off the learning process. Some of you could also initiate some sort of a process connected with a sale. So if you're looking to buy something or to sell something, the new moon is bringing that back to your attention. For those of you who have siblings, this new moon could bring a delayed fresh start in relation to siblings to your attention. There could also be some changes, some sort of like novelty unfolding in the neighborhood, because the new moon puts the spotlight on your local community, on your local environment. I feel like you could be talking to someone around this time about your goals and plans for the future. It could be a friend, it could be someone who has experience, it could be someone who brings in the energy and the enthusiasm. You could start off some sort of a collaboration, maybe that involves the exchange of ideas. This could also be the time when you learn something new together with others, so in a group type of setup. So you could be joining some sort of classes, I'd say. The one thing to keep in mind is that Jupiter opposes Mercury in retrograde, so we've got a little bit of a high likelihood, Libras, that whatever it is that you sign up for, whatever it is that you say yes to, whatever it is that you're learning, buying, selling, there's a chance that you might have to deal with this matter maybe for longer than expected, or there could be a lot of back and forth, there could be a lot of negotiations. If you are purchasing something, then you might need to potentially take it to the repair shop. If you are selling a car, there could be some complications connected with paperwork. So Mercury retrograde might bring some issues when it comes to paperwork. So that's why I recommend taking your time and not rushing through it. I mean, really going through the paperwork with a fine-tooth comb, because otherwise it could create quite a bit of a headache for you if you just like glossed over it and then you bump into a wall further down the line. 2nd of December, probably one of the best days of the month. Venus trines Uranus. Some sort of a pleasant surprise making its way to you from a family member. You might be the one surprising a family member. Maybe all of a sudden you land on your grandma's doorstep and they're like, I did not know you were coming, I wasn't expecting you to be here. So you can literally bring some sort of unexpected joy in someone's life. You may help someone in a practical way and kind of like ease their burden, especially ease the burden on a family member. Maybe you're taking care of some of their, I don't know, like bills. Maybe you're helping them fix something. If they need a new, I don't know, refrigerator, you might, again, land on their doorstep with a refrigerator. There's a possibility that a family member could also surprise you with a gift. And this is also a day when there could be some positive developments unfolding in your investment sector if you have investments, but this is not financial advice. You're completely responsible for your financial decisions, my dear Libras. You could also find like a beautiful object, like a great steal for the home, and you might want to jump on it straight away and purchase it straight away because it's a steal. 4th of December, Mercury opposes Jupiter, Mercury retrograde, delays, changes of plans, cancellations, issues on the road or issues connected with traveling, cars, transportation. There could be a lot of like congestion, a lot of traffic. There's a sense of like chaos and things kind of like going overboard when it comes to traveling. Conversations may not exactly be very productive. I mean, they might sound optimistic, but they might be overly optimistic. So you might need to filter conversations through your kind of like strong, I don't know, like reality, pragmatic lens. 6th of December, Mercury is going to be cazimi. Mercury is going to conjunct the sun in your 3rd house. Now, for you Libras, the sun rules your 11th house, so you could have some sort of clarity in regards to your goals and plans for the future. You could reach some sort of agreement with others in regards to your plans for the future. If you need to sign any sort of like document, contract, paperwork, this is the day to do so. This is also the best day, or one of the best days, potentially, to hold a speech or to present something publicly, maybe also to meet with friends, to meet with collaborators, and to attend some sort of a social event. 6th of December also, Mars goes retrograde. Now, the retrograde is going to end in February, 24th of February. So You're gonna get a lot of this, Libras. Existing partnerships, collaborations, relationships, even friendships might experience a few bumps over the next 2.5 months. Existing projects in collaboration with other people might slow down. Existing business partnerships might be reevaluated. There could be old conflicts coming back to the surface in relation to business partners, in relation to friends, in relation to bosses, maybe old conflicts regarding money and financial implications. My recommendation would be to slow down and to not jump into arguments or fights or this sort of like belligerent set of circumstances, because there is a possibility that things are not as bad as they seem on the surface. I would also not necessarily, however, commit to new partnerships. I would also expect things to not necessarily go super like linear and smooth when it comes to some of your joint goals and plans for the future. So the goals that you had in conjunction with someone else. And there is a possibility that a partner, be it a business partner or a life partner, might have second thoughts about this sort of like goal. 7th of December, Mercury goes into Aquarius until the 3rd of January. I think you're really gonna like this time. My apologies, not Mercury, Venus. I'm sorry, Libras. So 7th of December, Venus goes into Aquarius. Mercury is still retrograde in Sagittarius. All good and fine. You're gonna like this transit of Venus through Aquarius because Venus is your chart ruler. You're going to be very invested in fun, enjoyment, play, entertainment, creative activities, and all of this is going to probably feel really good, really soothing, like a balm for the soul. You might also feel very creatively inspired. You might also find collaborative projects in the creative space. You might find that they go very, very well. You may feel like inspiration is kind of like flowing through you and through other people. This is a great time for romance. 7th of December until the 3rd of January, especially if you are, I don't know, looking to meet someone new or something like that, or if you're open to testing out the waters. Relationships with romantic partners, existing romantic partners, but also with children are likely to experience some sort of an improvement. Now, I know that I said romantic partners could be going through it. They could be having a little bit of a hard time with Mars retrograde. That doesn't mean that the relationship can't go well, and that doesn't mean that you can't be there for them and advise them and be the voice of, I don't know, like reason and detachment and help them through whatever it is that they're going through. Fun together with others is quite likely between the 7th of December until the 3rd of January. There is, however, there are a couple of days that I'm not so keen on. On the 7th of December, something might come to the surface in regards to a romantic partner or in regards to a child if you have kids. And it could be something that you didn't know of. It could feel like something that was hidden from you. There is a possibility you may feel a little bit betrayed. It could be like an intense experience. And you may decide to approach very differently the relationship with this person, I'd say. If you're looking to have kids, this is actually a very supportive time, 7th of December until the 3rd of January. But I would also make sure, if you're with someone, I would also make sure that your partner is on board, because with Mars retrograde, if you have the conversation with them, they might surprise you with kind of like where they stand. They could be having second thoughts, they could be having doubts, they might not be so sure. Mercury is going to square Saturn on the same day, 7th of December. Challenging conversations in the workspace, challenging conversations with a child, challenging conversations maybe with a health practitioner. Maybe also they could feel challenging because you're not getting the clarity that you want to get, and maybe because it feels like things are moving at a snail's pace. That could be the source of the challenge. 12th of December, Venus opposes Mars. This is a day when there could be conflicts with friends in your life. There is a possibility that a friend might change their mind, or they might backtrack on something that they said they would do. That could irritate you, and you might decide to kind of like keep your distance, and paradoxically that might actually frustrate the other person even more. There is a possibility that you could experience a change in plans when it comes to something that you had in mind with a friend, or maybe even with a romantic partner. There is a chance that things are not as clear and straightforward with the romantic partner as they used to be. And you might need to basically keep an open mind when it comes to your diary, your schedule, when it comes to adjusting your schedule, so to speak, my dear Libras. There's also a possibility that if you have kids, your kid might experience like a really tough, I'm gonna say argument. It could be a conflict, it could be an argument. It could feel like a fight. There's a possibility that your kid could also feel bullied on this day, and that might really frustrate you. But you might realize, okay, I'm not going to change the group dynamic, but I can take action and I can like extract my child from this situation. 15th of December, Mercury goes direct. Yay! This is great. In your third house. So if you've been experiencing trouble, challenges, delays, frustrations, miscommunications when it comes to transportation, cars, education, anything that involves networking, writing, speaking, relationships with neighbors. So if you've been experiencing Mercury the trickster in this part of your in these parts of your life, my dear Libras, Mercury is going direct. Things are probably gonna start the process of resolution. Now, that obviously doesn't happen overnight, but it's on. Things are slowly but surely coming back to normal. If you've been experiencing delays in selling or buying something, then Mercury direct is also going to help. This day, the 15th of December, is also the day of the full moon in December, obviously, Libras, because that's what we're talking about. It is going to be active 3 days before, 3 days after. It is a full moon in Gemini. It's activating your axis of travel and learning and speaking and communicating. It is squaring Neptune. So what's going on? This full moon can bring some sort of a culminating point in your life when it comes to your educational path. You could hear the results of an exam. You could hear of maybe whether you have or haven't been accepted to, I don't know, like an academic program. There is a possibility that this could also be the time when you have to travel for work purposes, or you have to change your travel plans because of what's going on in the work sector. There is a sense of a little bit of disappointment or disillusionment around this time. It could have something to do with maybe you changing your plans of traveling because of work. It could have something to do with not getting the result that you wanted from an educational institution. It could have something to do with you not getting the outcome that you wanted from a legal entity. And that could feel very disappointing. That doesn't mean that this is it. It's kind of like the end of the matter. I want to say that Mercury, the ruler of the full moon, is in a nice aspect of Venus. So if you are feeling disappointed with the results that you're hearing of around this time, it doesn't mean that they're final. I would actually say that you can get help, you can get support from someone who values you. It could be a friend, it could be a colleague, it could be someone with, I don't know, connections and resources. They can turn this around. Let's say something could go a little bit south when it comes to your preferred mode of transportation. I mean, it could be a canceled train and you might not make it to, I don't know, an overseas conference. There could be like rains, floods, like natural phenomena that you can't predict, prevent, or do anything about, and you just have to work around it. But not all is lost. I mean, I feel like as much as there could be some sort of a disappointment potentially connected with like travel and movement, or maybe even education, part of you actually feels relieved, maybe because you're going to have more time to spend with your kids, maybe because you're going to have more time to do the things that actually make you happy. So even if on the surface things don't look wow, I feel like there is a very, very, very clear silver lining. 20th of December, probably one of the best days of the month. Venus trines Jupiter. Great day for romance, great day for traveling, great day to book, I don't know, like plane tickets, accommodation. Great day to go out into the world, to socialize, to connect with like-minded individuals, to go out into the world with your significant other, to do something nice for your partner. A day of celebration also when it comes to children. If you have kids, maybe they've got like good news, maybe they're going to make you really proud when it comes to their academic success. It is a day of relationships growing and expanding for the better, I'd say. So you might feel inspired by someone, you might form a friendship, you might even form a romantic connection around this time, and it feels like you're very much on the same page with someone when it comes to mentalities and ways of thinking, and that makes you feel very seen and valued. 21st of December, the sun enters Capricorn for the next month, which is your fourth house of home and family and living situation. So that's where the spotlight is going to be for the next month, my dear Libras. Your attention is going to be drawn to that sector of your life. 24th of December, Jupiter squares Saturn. I mean, you might feel this energy the entire month, but it is exact on the 24th of December. Pretty much the whole month, it feels like you have to basically find a way to translate your worldview, your life philosophy, your belief system, and your way of thinking into what functions, into what is practical, into what is actually doable in the workspace. And sometimes it may feel like you have to compromise. Sometimes it may feel like you have to, I don't know, take into account other people's feelings, and you're not super impressed with that because your kind of like cold logic is saying, this is no topic to get emotional about. But alas, you are dealing with people who may have like fears and like a certain amount of like skepticism, and who are resistant to change and transformation. And you've got to find that sort of like sweet spot. 27th of December, Mercury squares Saturn once again. A hard but necessary intellectual task is on your plate in the workspace. You might also have to talk to someone who you have a hard time communicating with. You might feel misunderstood. They might feel misunderstood. It feels like you need to potentially tune into your intuition a little bit more, my dear Libras, rather than trying to, I don't know, talk sense into this person. There's also a possibility that you may need to fix something connected with your car, bike, or preferred mode of transportation, and delays on the road and delays connected with transport are a theme at this time. 28th of December, Venus squares Uranus. Potentially an unexpected expense connected with children, your romantic life maybe also with your passions and hobbies. Something might cost more than you thought it would cost. Or let's say you have, I don't know, some sort of a subscription, and all of a sudden you hear news that the price is gonna go up. That's possible. There's also a chance that you might experience a disruption of any plans that you had made together with someone else. Fun plans, I don't know, if you wanted to go see a theater play, the other person might cancel at the last minute or something along those lines. And 30th of December, new moon in your house of home and living situation, active 3 days before, 3 days after. This can bring a fresh start at home, such as moving into a new home or making a commitment connected with your, I don't know, like a home life and family life, such as, okay, we are committing to renovating the house and we're going to start slow and steady. It could also be that this new moon brings a fresh starting connection with one of your parents. So maybe they've decided that they're going to start working on their health, for example, but it does feel like things are probably going to move quite slow, so there's no point in trying to rush the process. But the best way to go about it, if you ask me, is to arm yourselves with patience, Libras. Scorpios, Scorpio suns and Scorpio risings. December, what's going on? 1st of December, there's a new moon, active 3 days before, 3 days after, in your second house of income, trining Mars in Leo in your house of career. Okay, this is looking quite good, Scorpios, I am going to say it. So this new moon can bring maybe a new source of income. It can bring a raise, or maybe like an important client that you are really enthusiastic about, because it looks like things are on an upwards kind of like path and trend. on an ascending curve for you from a financial perspective and also from a career perspective. You seem to feel very enthusiastic about the initiatives that you are putting energy towards in your professional life. You may also take the decision to invest, again, with a great deal of energy and courage into where you want to get to from a professional perspective. However, be careful not to bite off more than you can chew. So even though this is an exciting time professionally, maybe you're saying yes to a new job, maybe you're saying yes to a promotion, maybe you're saying yes to finally starting off that business that you've been meaning to start off for a very, 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 very long time. Maybe you are receiving, I don't know, like external funding, external financial support. Be very careful because Jupiter, the ruler of the new moon, is in opposition to Mercury and Sagittarius retrograde. So if you're working with anyone on the financial side of things, if you are saying yes to any sort of like financial agreement, if you are saying yes to a new job, a new work opportunity, a new source of income, if you're saying yes to investors, please read the fine print. Please don't rush into signing the contract. I would even maybe potentially recommend having a lawyer, having, I don't know, legal counsel go over any sort of paperwork and documents, because there could be mistakes there. You may need to review things. The initial financial agreement might not stand. There is a possibility that you might not be 100% on the same page with the people that you're involved with when it comes to how money is going to be spent. So make sure to manage expectations. Make sure that you're clear on other people's expectations from you. And if you are committing to anything financially, which you might, there is a chance you might commit to something financially. Maybe you're going to help someone financially. Maybe you want to pay something off financially. Once again, there is a tendency to go a little bit overboard, to exaggerate. So adjust things, take a more prudent, a more cautious approach, and make sure that you still have money to enjoy life. You still have money to, I don't know, take your kid to swimming classes. I know you might be very motivated to pay things off around this time, and that's great because it seems to kind of like help you channel your energy very productively from a financial perspective. But at the same time, there can be a tendency to kind of like be a little bit over optimistic when it comes to how things are going to work out or how quickly things are going to work out. 2nd of December, probably one of the best days of the month, my dear Scorpios. Venus trines Uranus. A very romantic day, a pleasant surprise from a romantic partner. It's also possible that you might have a pleasant surprise for a romantic partner. A successful agreement could be reached unexpectedly so on this day. So you might sign a very important client, or you might bring an important ally on your side. There is a possibility that you might turn someone who's been, I don't know, an adversary so far into a friend. Maybe you feel like you're finally reaching some sort of an agreement. Once again, unexpectedly so. It does seem to pay off to be very authentic and innovative and revolutionary and progressive in your way of thinking and communicating. You might also unexpectedly bump into someone on this day, and it could turn into a very kind of like pleasant encounter, pleasant experience, I'd say. It's also a great day for a date. Another great day for a date, and for all things connected with romance, is the 20th of December. So 2nd of December and 20th of December, my absolute favorite days of the month. Scorpios. 4th of December, Mercury opposes Jupiter. You might overspend on something, or something that you've been paying a certain amount of money for may all of a sudden cost more. You could be overcharged, so I would make sure to check your bank account, your bills, your receipts, all of that. You don't necessarily seem to reach an agreement with someone when it comes to matters connected with money. There seems to be, I don't know, like a passionate conversation around differing values and worldviews and beliefs with someone on the same day. I would also slow a little bit down with the spending. on the 4th of December, my dear Scorpios, just as a bit of an FYI. You don't need to impress people. You don't need to like wow them with, I don't know, like super expensive gifts. Just keep that in mind. They might actually want more, I don't know, like emotional connection and quality time from you than they want expensive gifts. So just saying. Mercury on the 6th of December conjuncts the Sun in your second house of income, values, self-worth, and self-esteem. You may feel very valued, very appreciated. You may feel like your mind, your intellect, your way of thinking is really, really strongly valued and is kind of like shining on this day. It could also be a day of clarity around financial matters, and you might potentially make a decision around financial matters at this time. You could reach some sort of an agreement when it comes to money in the workplace. So if you've been negotiating with someone back and forth, 6th of December, ta-da! Let's sign the contract. Let's move forward with it. 6th of December also, this is going to be interesting. Mars goes retrograde. So probably one of the most important astrological events of the winter here in the Northern Hemisphere is Mars retrograde. Mars is going to go retrograde from the 6th of December until the 24th of February. Initially, from the 6th of December until the first week of January, it's retrograde in your house of career, public status, public reputation, etc., etc., etc. Now, Mars is the ruler also of your identity and your life direction, as well as the ruler of your house of day-to-day work. The big plans that you had around work, the big initiatives, the kind of like significant action that you wanted to take in the professional space, that might have to wait. That might need to slow down a little bit. That might frustrate you tremendously. You may also potentially come across as impatient in the workplace, so I would be quite careful with that because that could backfire. You could come across as impulsive, impatient, and possibly also a little bit self-centered. I'm not saying that you want to come across as that, because clearly who wants that, but I am saying be careful with your reputation. Be careful how you approach things, how you address things, and if things are slowing down and if things are not going at the pace that you want them to go in the professional space, be careful how you express anger. Speaking of anger, there is a high chance of conflicts from the 6th of December until the first week of January with bosses, authority figures, colleagues, and potentially also your mom. So if you feel like your blood is boiling, and sometimes it could feel like that, or if you feel like your reputation is getting attacked, or if you feel like someone is not respecting your status, I would just remember to slow down, to catch my breath, and to not act irrationally and impulsively, because Mars retrograde in your house of career can do quite a bit of damage, both to your professional life as well as to your reputation in general, not just professionally, but in general. Now, one way to go about the Mars retrograde is to essentially go back to old work-related projects and figure out whether there's a better way to do things. Slow down, not rush into anything, take your time to think things through, and if you do experience any conflicts with authority figures, again, take a more prudent, cautious, skeptical, and not such an impulsive approach. And I would also be careful with public displays of anger, because those could backfire also. And because Mars is the ruler of your physical body, especially for Scorpio risings, I would stay away throughout the entire retrograde, 6th of December until the 24th of February. I would stay away from any sort of maybe elective surgery. Now, this is not medical advice, so please take the advice of your doctor above everything else. But if you don't have to get surgery, I would postpone it until Mars is out of retrograde. I would also stay away from sharp tools, needles, anything that involves heat. I would be careful with anything that utilizes sharp tools or heat, such as, I'm just going to give this example. Let's say you are getting microneedling done to your face, which is this like aesthetic procedure. I wouldn't get it done during Mars retrograde. Not microneedling, not Botox, not filler, nothing that involves needles or heat. Just saying, again, not even tattoos. Again, needles, because things might not turn out as you want them to turn out with Mars retrograde, just as an FYI. 7th of December until the 3rd of January, Venus transits your 4th house of home, family, and living situation. So this is technically likely to improve relationships with family members. It's also likely to help you collaborate with others when it comes to whatever it is that you want to achieve in the home sector. So if you need, I don't know, like a good real estate agent to help you find your next home, it can attract the right kind of individuals to help you. However, on the 7th of December, Venus is going to conjunct Pluto, so something might come to the surface that feels disturbing potentially, that feels like, oh, this is intense, in connection with a family member or with a partner. So a secret could come to the surface, and that could potentially transform your relationship with this individual. Mercury is also squaring Saturn, so conversations are quite difficult with this person around this time. Maybe you find out that they've been hiding something from you because they didn't want to upset you and because maybe they thought you would judge them. So my recommendation, if that was their fear, obviously would be not to judge them, but it may feel hard not to judge them. Communication with children is potentially going to be challenging. I would also say that difficult conversations with children and family members around money might be, again, hard, but necessary. Just saying. 12th of December, Venus opposes Mars. Mars retrograde. Prime time for conflicts with parents, family members, your significant other. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to have a conflict with any of these people, but you might have a conflict because, how should I put it? Maybe someone in your career is getting you angry and you kind of like take that anger at home and you potentially project it onto someone else, such as your significant other or a parent. So be aware of that. Be mindful of that. I'm not saying that that's going to be the case, but there is a high chance of this happening. You might also feel like a family member or a partner is moving at a much slower pace than you would want them to move. And you could also feel like they are potentially judging you because their value system is different from the way that you would approach a situation on this day. Now, it's not necessary for you to agree with them, but I will say they are potentially bringing a very solid and valid viewpoint to your attention, even though in the moment, I mean, your blood could once again be a tiny little bit boiling, just as an FYI. Last but not least, there is a possibility that something could break around the house around the 12th of December. Maybe, again, something involving heat, possibly electricity. It could feel like a very valuable object. It might need to be replaced or repaired. It's possible that it could be repaired as well. 15th of December, Mercury goes direct. Finally, this is great news. If you have been experiencing delays, challenges in communication, frustrations, back and forth when it comes to financial matters, but maybe also when it comes to your plans for the future and the way that these relate to your financial situation, now you're going to start getting clarity with Mercury retrograde. Not overnight, because nothing happens overnight, but alas, slowly but surely things are starting to function and to fall into place. 15th of December is also the day of the full moon this month, active 3 days before, 3 days after. This full moon puts the spotlight on finances, money, budgets, joint finances, joint assets. I feel like you need to make a big payment around this time. It could be a big payment connected with your kids. It could be a big payment connected with your passions and hobbies. You might also feel like you have to give up on a passion or a hobby or on something that brought you pleasure because you've got other financial goals. And maybe also because your significant other, if you are in a relationship, has certain expectations of you financially. And I'm not saying that you need to, I don't know, pay for their stuff, but what I am saying is that maybe you've agreed that you're going to buy something together, and as a result, you need to possibly, I don't know, spend less on some of the things that you would spend quite a bit of your money on. This could also be the time when you have an important conversation with potentially a partner around money and children and how much you're willing to spend on certain aspects connected with your kids' lives. Kids could be experiencing a transformative time They could be going through a little bit of a harder time emotionally. You could find out things that they've been hiding from you. You could be a bit disappointed with them. That doesn't mean that you can't patch things up. That doesn't mean that things cannot improve from a relationship perspective, but it is possible that you may initially be disillusioned with something that's going on in the life of a child, I'd say. Mercury is trining Mars, so you have clarity, you have a plan of action. You may feel like the coast is clear to move forward with your plans, Scorpios. But do take care of your financial obligations. That is what I feel is necessary for me to stress out. 20th of December, probably one of the best days. Like I said, the 2nd and the 20th of December, my favorite days in December. Venus trines Jupiter. A relationship with a partner, a family member, someone that you love, someone who feels like family is improving. It feels like you're seeing a way forward. It feels like you're patching things up, you're healing. You could also help someone who's been going through a hard time. Someone, again, it could be a family member or someone who feels like family. It feels like this person also brings an infusion of optimism into your life and supports you through a time of crisis. You might be able to reciprocate that. This is also a very romantic time when it comes to doing something together with a partner, away from the world, maybe at home, maybe in the privacy of your own bubble, let's say. It can be a time when you host people at home, and they could be bringing gifts. Gifting. The exchange of gifts is a big theme around this time, and people are happy. There's a sense of joy, there's a sense of overcoming crisis, there's a sense of overcoming a rough patch, and there's a sense of relationships improving generally, so I like it. This is also a very good day when it comes to money, finances, mortgages, financial news connected with investments. You could invest money into the home. Potentially you're looking at one of your investments and you're seeing it kind of like go up. This is not financial advice. I repeat, you are completely responsible for the decisions that you take in regards to your financial situation. 21st of December for the next month, Capricorn season kicks off. The sun is going to put the spotlight on your communication, education sector, and anything connected with the local community, neighborhood, learning, cars, transportation, maybe siblings as well. 24th of December, Jupiter squares Saturn. Now, this energy is actually active the entire month, Scorpios. But it is exact on the 24th of December, so we have to give a shout out to this day. It feels like you might be quite optimistic about overcoming some sort of a crisis in your lives, Scorpios. But you also have to take into account how this is likely to impact your kids, how this is likely to impact your loved ones, how this is likely to impact maybe family members, how this is likely to impact also your private life and your living situation. Cautious optimism is a theme this month, and not overdoing things when it comes to sharing your resources, when it comes to, I don't know, like helping someone. I know maybe that sounds counterintuitive. So if someone needs help, I mean, your instinct could be to like jump in and be generous and share your resources and so on. But at the same time, my recommendation would be to slow down and ask yourselves if you are doing them a favor or not really. If you are, I don't know, like saving the day for them, but actually keeping them in a place of, I don't know, like being dependent on you or relying too much on external resolution rather than figuring things out by themselves and figuring out a better life kind of like setup that's going to prevent them from entering this type of crisis in the future. I would not gamble this month, Scorpios. Even when it comes to investments, I would take a cautious approach. And if something seems too good to be true, once again, I would slow down and kind of like take that cautious stance and not overdo things. And definitely I would not get into credit in order to please anyone. As much as you love them, as much as you feel obligated towards them, as much as you feel like, I don't know, if you bought them something, if you did this grand gesture for them, it would get them out of a funk, it would get them out of a low mood. Is that really the solution? Maybe not. Maybe not. They seem to be in need of emotional support. So someone who you love seems to be in need of emotional support. And money is not necessarily going to solve things. 27th of December, Mercury squares Saturn. Once again, difficult conversations around money, difficult conversations around your living situation with someone. 28th of December, Venus squares Uranus. There could be an unexpected development in the life of a partner, maybe connected with their career, but maybe also connected with, I don't know, their parent. A relationship is being shaken up. Maybe someone is telling you, it could be your romantic partner, it could be your mom. They might say things like, this is not working for me anymore. Stop it. This could take you a little bit by surprise. You might not see this coming from them. That doesn't mean that you can't find a way forward, but it just could be something that feels quite disruptive. They seem to be kind of like asserting their independence, and they seem to be in need of like space and freedom somehow. And last but not least, the month ends with a new moon. 30th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after. This new moon puts the spotlight on learning processes. So you could start learning something new. You could sign up for a course. You could maybe make a commitment to start studying something or to start writing something. Maybe you decide to start taking like driving classes. Speaking of driving, this could be a time when potentially you start paying off your car, or when you decide, hey, I need a new car, or I need a new mode of transportation. This could also be the time when you start developing your communication skills in a softer way. It could also be the time when you start learning more and taking more seriously and investing more effort into something that you're very passionate about, but that requires a lot of like time commitment. Saturn squares Jupiter. This could be quite costly. And there's also a possibility that maybe other people have some kind of like big unrealistic expectations from you. So you might need to manage their expectations and say, you know what, like slow down. This is going to take me longer than you think it's going to take me. It's as if other people are putting kind of like pressure on you because they have these like big expectations. So you might need to manage their expectations and bring them back to planet Earth, kind of like have some sort of conversation with them and tell them what you're saying is unrealistic and I'm not going to do it. That is Scorpio. My dear Sagittarius, Sagittarius suns and Sagittarius risings, December of 2024. What does the last month of the year have in store for you, Sagittarians? Well, it all kicks off with a new moon in your sign. So on the 1st of December, we're going to have a new moon in Sagittarius, very nicely aspected with Mars. So a fresh start, receiving a boost of energy from Mars is in the cards for you. However, the ruler of the new moon, Sagittarians, is going to be in opposition to Mercury and squaring Saturn. So what can you expect? Essentially, this feels like a fresh start, but as much as you want to move forward on a personal level, maybe with some sort of a project that you're very invested in, maybe something that you believe in very strongly, something that you believe is worth fighting for, something that you feel, again, like really activated, enlivened by, as much as you may want to move forward at speed, it feels like there's someone in your life. It could be a life partner. It could be a business partner. It could be a family member. It feels like there's someone in your life that is not 100% on board. Maybe they don't get the vision. Maybe you just need to talk it out with them, and you might not necessarily be in the mood for talks. You might be in the mood to go. But alas, it feels like this fresh start is very strongly reliant on this other person. Like I said, be it a partner, be it a family member, be it a collaborator of some sorts, I'd say. So it feels like you have to potentially slow down a little bit and take your time to persuade this individual. There's also a possibility that you might be starting something that you've been meaning to kick off for a long time. Maybe it's a project that you've thought about for a long time. Maybe it has something to do with your life direction. Maybe it has something to do potentially with traveling. Maybe it has something to do with your education, with your academic path. It could also have something to do with you promoting yourself, Sagittarius. But once again, I feel like you might need to flesh out the ideas for a little bit longer than you might want to, because not everyone that you need to have on your side is on your side. So not everyone is 100% on board, I'd say. There's also a chance that you might finally start collaborating with someone that you've been meaning to collaborate with for a long time. And potentially this collaboration might involve some traveling. It might also involve you having to step into the other person's shoes, metaphorically speaking, and see things from their viewpoint, from their perspective. It feels like this collaborator may come potentially from a different background, may have different beliefs, I'd say. You are keen to make things work. This other person, however, I'm not saying that they're not keen, but I'm saying that they might have a little bit more fear. They might be a little bit more reluctant than you are, I'd say. And whatever it is that you kick off around the 1st of December, Sagittarians, my recommendation would be to read the fine print and to potentially keep in mind that you may have to revisit and sign, rehash any sort of like official contracts and paperwork that is again on your radar at this time. Let's say 2nd of December, probably one of the best days of the month. My two favorite days of the month are the 2nd of December and the 20th of December for different reasons. 2nd of December, Venus trines Uranus. Some sort of pleasant surprise from work. Maybe you sign a new client. Maybe you receive some sort of a bonus potentially. Maybe you receive news that your your salary raise has been approved. There could be good news, and unexpectedly so, connected with your financial situation. It also feels like you might be coming up with unexpectedly good solutions. And you're receiving a round of applause. You're feeling appreciated when it comes to some problems connected with a work-related project. So you come up with original solutions, unconventional solutions, and things seem to work out very, very nicely, I'd say. This is also a very good day for an impromptu collaboration at work. A relationship in the workspace could turn out really, really, really well. It could be with a client, it could be with a colleague. So you might be pleasantly surprised as to how well kind of like the energy flows between you and this other person and how productive you are. It's also a very good day to invest in your health. So potentially to book some sort of a health related procedure. It could also be a good day to book maybe like a beauty related procedure, and it's probably going to turn out very, very well. 4th of December, Mercury retrograde opposes Jupiter in the 7th house of relationships, of interactions with others. I feel like you are talking a great deal. There's a lot of conversations. There's a humongous amount of information kind of like exchange. So other people might be throwing information at you. You might be throwing information at them. Big talks, but really careful, because these big talks may rely on some sort of, how should I call it, unfounded optimism. So if you are, for example, talking with a business partner, and you are thinking about the plans for like 2025, goals for 2025, goals for the next quarter, you might be overly optimistic. The other person might be overly optimistic. You might both be overly optimistic, and it just feels like you might end up potentially, like all of you might end up being disappointed just because you haven't hashed out how things are likely to work if the path ahead of you is not necessarily a path without obstacles, I'd say. This could also be a day when talks don't necessarily lead anywhere. It's almost like you're speaking a different language from kind of like the individual in front of you, metaphorically speaking, of course. Mercury Cazimi, 6th of December. This is a very important date. The 6th of December actually is probably one of the most important days of the month. Mercury is going to conjunct the Sun, Mercury retrograde, in your 1st house. So this could be a day of clarity as to where you want to go moving forward professionally, a day of clarity maybe in terms of where a business partnership is headed, a day of clarity in terms of what is really important for you from a professional perspective. It could also be a day of good news, but maybe delayed good news coming from abroad, or coming from a legal entity, or coming from your mother, or from your in-laws, or from work. Did I say work? It feels like this can also be a very, very good day, a very productive day to sign contracts, a very productive day to hold speeches, a very productive day to, I don't know, hold a discourse, make a presentation, have an interview, things of that nature. And especially if this is something that you've postponed, or if this is something that you've been meaning to do for a long time, because Mercury is retrograde at the time. Now, why is the 6th of December also very important? In addition to the Mercury cazimi in the sky, Mars goes retrograde. Okay, so this is the event of the winter, astrologically speaking, winter in the northern hemisphere. Mars rules your 5th house and your 12th house. Okay, now what does that mean? And it goes retrograde in your 9th house and in your 8th house. Okay, let me explain, Sagittarians. You don't need to know astrology. I'm going to explain it for you. So with Mars retrograde, especially from the 6th of December until the first week of January, it may feel like any sort of actions, initiatives, energy that you've been putting towards your education, your academic path, marketing activities, legal activities, maybe anything connected with, I don't know, like visas, residency, and things like that, foreign residency especially. Any sort of action also connected with foreign lands and foreign countries. So let's say you've been meaning to plan a trip or something like that. With Mars retrograde, it feels like things are either going to slow down, or they're going to make you feel like you're a little bit stuck, make you feel like things are not going in the right direction. You might also lose motivation. You might lose some of that passion, some of that drive. And Mars retrograde ends on the 24th of February, so that drive and that passion may take a while until it comes back. Now, that doesn't mean that it's not going to come back, but alas, it will be a good 2.5 months. Now, there is also a possibility that things might slow down or not necessarily go exactly as planned when it comes to creative projects. And there is a possibility that unexpected hurdles that you didn't see coming, may once again delay actions, activities, projects connected with education, creative endeavors, foreign lands, foreign countries, maybe also children. So if your kids were planning to do something specific connected with their education, if you had something in mind in conjunction with your children for the winter, I'm just going to put it out there with Mars retrograde. My recommendation would be to keep an open mind and to potentially reschedule, and to not get super frustrated if things don't work out exactly as planned. Now, Mars is going to go retrograde in Cancer in your 8th house in January, but we are going to address that when I do the January horoscope. 7th of December, Venus transits Aquarius until the 3rd of January. This is going to be in your 3rd house, my lovely Sagittarians. Let's see what's going on. So Venus transiting this part of your chart is likely to make quite pleasant and enjoyable any sort of activities that involve networking, communication, writing, speaking, learning potentially. It is also likely to help you with activities that involve buying and selling something. And if you're looking for a car, I mean, Venus transiting your 3rd house is quite helpful. If you're looking to buy something, if you're looking to sell something, equally helpful. However, I would recommend for like anything that involves, I don't know, like transportation and commerce, to remember that Mercury is still retrograde until the middle of December. Middle of December, Mercury goes direct in your 1st house. So that's something to look forward to. With Venus transiting your 3rd house, I want to flag that on the 7th of December, there's going to be a conjunction with Pluto. Now, there could be something coming to the surface, some sort of like hidden, buried, secret, unexpected information that you are aware of, connected either with your work, with your health, with the health of your car, potentially, or connected with a friend. What are you going to do with that information? I don't know. That's going to be completely up to you to decide. But there is a possibility that you might feel a tiny little bit betrayed if this information is connected to someone else. Remember, Mercury is still retrograde, so I would be cautious of what I say so that you don't regret it and have to take it back after the retrograde is over. Also on the 7th of December, Mercury squares Saturn, so delays potentially when it comes to conversations with others, frustration, and maybe feeling a little bit, I don't know, like rejected or misunderstood in communication and conversations with others. And also potentially delays when it comes to, I don't know, getting home, getting back to the house, or something along those lines. 12th of December, Venus opposes Mars retrograde. Now, this is potentially a quarrelsome day. Not just for you, for everyone. Sagittarians, who are you likely to fight with? You might have a conflict with a sibling, a neighbor, someone in traffic potentially, a child if you have children, maybe also a work colleague, and there is a possibility that you might have this fight based off of, and it doesn't have to be, you don't have to think of anything dramatic, but it could just be like an argument. It could be an argument based off of differing worldviews and beliefs. So you may have different life philosophies and get into a little bit of an argument because of that. 15th of December, Mercury goes direct. Finally. So it feels like now you have clarity, and it's a lot easier for you to express yourself and to send across the right message in a professional setup, in a public setup, and when it comes to interactions with others, especially when it comes to relationships. There's also going to be a full moon in Gemini on the 15th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after. This full moon puts the spotlight on your partnership and relationship and collaboration sector. So I'm not just referring to romantic relationships, I'm referring to partnerships, business partnerships, working with people one-to-one. For example, your, I don't know, counselor, your advisor, your therapist would fall into the 7th house kind of like sector. This full moon in Gemini squares Neptune. So I feel like a partnership is disappointing you. A relationship is disappointing you. Again, it doesn't have to be romantic. It could be, I don't know, a relationship with someone who was working on your house, for example. You might break up with your builder or something along those lines. There is also a possibility that someone from the outside might bring to your attention something that isn't going so well within the confines of your home. So maybe something has broken within the home and someone tells you, oh, this pipe of yours is leaking and dripping. There's also a possibility that you might feel a little bit sad, especially those of you who are in a relationship. You might feel a little bit sad because it feels like you're not exactly on the same page with a partner when it comes to a matter connected with home life, family life, and living situation. There's also a chance if you have a relationship, if you are in a romantic relationship, as you don't have it, you don't own the relationship, that your partner could be going through a bit of a hard time, a disappointing time in the workspace. However, you seem to be the one that is very hopeful and optimistic about the future, and you might be able to like infuse them with courage, I'd say. Last but not least, you may realize that you've built up some sort of an image, an ideal image in your head of someone else, and they don't live up to the ideal. That doesn't mean that it's their fault. That doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with them. It just means that ideals are ideals, and many times if we filter them through the lens of reality, they're not gonna hold up. So we have to be a tiny little bit realistic sometimes. 20th of December, one of my favorite days, Venus trines Jupiter. A beautiful day for a lot of things. Romance, travel, signing contracts, going out on dates. Relationships seem to be going through a process of improvement. It could be relationships with romantic partners. It could be relationships with neighbors, siblings, colleagues, friends. It feels like there's finally a sense of joy and positivity and optimism when it comes to the interaction with someone else. If you've been having a hard time in your relationship sector with your, I don't know, like spouse, for example, this day, it feels like it's almost like a balm for the soul. So it feels like you are finally going to be on the same page once again. And if you've been having a hard time, I don't know, like securing a deal with a client, then this is a day to sign that deal. It's also a great day to buy, to sell something, and you seem to be very inspired by the conversations that you're having on this day. Capricorn season starts on the 21st of December, so for the next month, the spotlight is going to be placed on your financial sector, your resources, and your sense of self-worth and self-esteem. 24th of December, Jupiter squares Saturn exactly. Now, this aspect is active pretty much the entire month, but you're feeling it exactly on the 24th of December. I repeat, however, when it comes to the slow-moving planets, the energy is kind of like somehow in the air for a much, much longer period of time. It feels like there's a sense of a bit of a clash between the views and the, I don't know, like optimism and enthusiasm of a partner or potentially of a collaborator, and the reality of your personal life, of your private life, of your home life, and potentially also a clash between what your partner wants and what your duties at home are. So it feels like your partner is very kind of like excited and enthusiastic about moving forward with I don't know, like new endeavors, new projects, but the reality of the situation is that there's something at home holding you back, either like both of you or just one of you. Now, if you don't have a relationship, then some people might say, I'm not in a relationship. Brooks, what is this? What is this about? A relationship with a family member might be experiencing this sort of like set of like clashing energies. On the one hand, potentially they are speaking in very kind of like positive terms about their situation. They're trying to keep their, I don't know, like spirits up. But if you look at the reality of their life, at the reality of their situation, maybe at home or maybe in their work life, it's not necessarily very rosy. They do seem to be suffering. They do seem to be experiencing a little bit of a harder time, I'd say. 27th of December, Mercury squares Saturn. I mean, again, delays on the road, difficult conversations with a family member or with a partner, difficult conversations that are necessary. So I would not postpone them. They could be difficult conversations also around money. You might need to spend some money on something that is broken at the house, and someone might need your support potentially financially at home. And it does feel like a tiny little bit of a burden. 28th of December, Venus squares Uranus. Unexpected developments in the workspace, maybe like unexpected news, someone leaving all of a sudden, or someone needing you, like a client needing you all of a sudden. I know it's like the holiday season and you might get this like, I don't know, middle of the evening phone call saying, oh, my website is down, help me, help me, help me. So there could be something along those lines. 30th of December, new moon. I like the fact that the year is ending with a new moon. Active 3 days before, 3 days after. New one in your house of income, self-worth, self-esteem, and values. Sextiling Saturn. So I feel like you're potentially making new commitments in terms of what you want to achieve, what you want to accomplish in the home space, in your home life, in your private life, in your family life, Sagittarius. And these commitments involve money. So you might be setting new goals financially as to how you're going to spend money connected with a home. For example, you might decide to save more money to achieve a long-term goal connected with your family life. You might also decide to start investing more time, energy, resources in your personal life, and you might make a commitment to allocate your energy to that part of your life. However, I will say there is a possibility that a lot of people have some really high expectations of you and sometimes it might feel like the pressure is on because they think you can deliver a great deal, and you can deliver a great deal, Sagittarius, but there's only 24 hours in a day. And it feels like your personal life needs you, if you ask me. You might also revisit generally like budgets and also your value system when it comes to your private life and personal life. And you might realize that these are experiencing a bit of a shift, with a focus also on downtime, on relaxation, on quality time, on getting enough sleep, for example, in your personal life. So things like this, necessary things. Sleep, for instance. And that is December. My dear Capricorns, Capricorn suns and Capricorn risings. December 2024. Dun, 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 dun. What is going on? So 1st of December, new moon, active 3 days before, 3 days after in your 12th house. Trine Mars. Okay, Capricorns. So I feel like at the time of this new moon, you are in the perfect setup to get rid of things, to get rid of what no longer serves you, to get rid of what no longer serves you at home, to get rid of potentially some debt, to clear out some debt, to get rid of maybe tendencies to self-sabotage yourselves, to get rid of maybe the obligations that you had towards someone else. It feels like you are getting a sense of relief at the time of this new moon, my dear Capricorns. And this might also have something to do with being able to rely on someone else to kind of like carry their own share of, I don't know, like personal family burdens, let's say. This could also be the time when you, from a financial perspective, maybe cash in on some investments. Now, this is not financial advice. You are completely responsible for your financial situation and financial decisions, but there's a possibility that you might get some wins. It is a great time to clear off credit cards, debts, and things like that. It's also a great time to set some intentions behind the scenes. So you might commit to making some moves behind the scenes and you're not going to tell anyone. And they could be connected with your personal life, your family life, your investments, maybe your debts, mortgages, and things like that. And you seem to be very enthusiastic about making these moves. Now, the problem or the challenge at the time of this new moon is Jupiter opposing Mercury retrograde. So you might be eager to put in the work to make these things happen, that you are very committed to in a behind the scenes kind of way. However, you might not have all the correct data, you might not have all the correct numbers, and you might need to revisit some of these plans because they might have been potentially, and I know Capricorns, you're gonna laugh, but potentially a little bit over enthusiastic. It might have been a little bit, a tad overly optimistic as to how quickly you can clear off debt, for example. So you might need to like revisit stats, numbers, data, facts, timelines, and things like that. There is also a possibility that, let's see. At the time of this new moon, you might be getting rid of whatever is no longer working in your life, and that could be a job, that could be things around the house. You're in a rush, I will say this. With Mercury retrograde, my recommendation would be to potentially take a little bit longer to think things through as to what you're getting rid of. Mercury is going to be direct from the 15th of December onwards, and I have to say you're probably going to have a lot more clarity as to what needs to go out of your life, what it is that you need to get rid of, what it is that is no longer serving you. You might also find the correct information once Mercury goes direct. You might also find out some information that is essential when it comes to your work that has been, I don't know, maybe either like kept hidden from you on purpose, or maybe you just kind of like accidentally bump into it. If you've been experiencing any issues in the workspace because of, I don't know, some stuff not making sense, maybe you were thinking, oh, there must be a mistake somewhere in, I don't know, my documents, but I can't find what it is. Once Mercury goes direct, you're probably going to know, okay, this is it. This is what's been causing the turmoil. This is where the typo was, or the mistake was, and this is how I can fix it, I'd say. If you've been experiencing frustration when it comes to things moving quite slow in the workspace, from the 15th of December onwards, I will say they're kind of like moving pretty much full speed ahead, I'd say. Now, going back to the beginning of the month, 2nd of December, Venus trines Uranus, probably one of the best days of the month. This is a fabulous, fabulous day for surprise romantic encounters, I was about to say surprise parties, surprise kind of like social events, surprises that really please you coming from your kids. So if you have kids, they, I don't know, might come home and let you know something that really takes you aback, but you're thinking, oh, I'm so proud. Like, this is my kid. They did it. You might also bump into someone unexpectedly, and they might make you feel very, very special and appreciated and important. You might also come up with original creative ideas around this time, and they could be very useful. They could come in really handy in the professional space. They might even be very appreciated in the professional space. It's a great day for dates. It's a great day to surprise your significant other. Probably, I repeat, one of the best days of the month. It's also a great day if you're feeling lucky to try out your luck. Now, you do with that information whatever you want, my dear Capricorns. 4th of December, Mercury opposes Jupiter. A lot of information is being thrown at you, potentially from the workspace, but not all of it is correct, not all of it is accurate, and unfortunately, it might feel a little bit overwhelming. I would not rush into making any decisions or into committing to anything in the workspace, into signing anything in the workspace, just because you might not have the correct data. If you are, I don't know, getting your health checked, and please take the advice of the doctor above everything else. This is not medical advice. If you're getting your health checked, you might be presented with incorrect results. There is a very high chance of incorrect results, I don't know, like blood work done, incorrect or inconclusive results to like health-related tests or checkups. So I would take things with a little bit of a pinch of salt around the 4th of December. 6th of December, Mercury is Cazimi in the 12th house. So you seem to have a little bit of an aha moment. There is a moment of clarity as to what's been holding you back, what has been sabotaging you, what has been maybe sabotaging you from behind the scenes. Potentially when it comes to work matters, health matters possibly, maybe also legal matters. It could become very clear to you, okay, this is what's been, I don't know, delaying the process of me getting a visa, for example. It is also a very, very good day for clarity making its way to you via 12th house activities such as meditation, isolation, retreat from the world. I'd say Capricorns. 6th of December is a very important date also because Mars goes retrograde. Now, Mars for you, my lovely Capricorns, rules, let's see, the 4th house and the 11th house. So initially, Mars is going to go retrograde from the 6th of December until the first week of January in Leo in your 8th house. So you might experience delays, frustration, old arguments coming back to the surface, coming back to your attention, old sources of irritation coming back to your attention when it comes to financial matters, investments, loans, debts, taxes, mortgages, financial matters connected with your home life, your family life, financial matters connected with your, I don't know, like mortgage application, for instance. There's a high chance of conflicts, old conflicts being reignited with, I don't know, a family member over money matters, I'd say. If something's been bothering or irritating you, however, and if you've been postponing sharing this with I don't know, your parent, for example, I mean, Mars retrograde is probably going to kind of like scratch that wound, pour some salt on that wound so that you can't ignore it anymore, so that you have to address it. So during retrograde periods, we have to address some of the things that we've been, I don't know, postponing or delaying. There's also a possibility that if you've been experiencing any sort of like frustration in regards to a friendship, the friendship might be tested. I'm just gonna say it. Last but not least, you might need to delay or postpone any sort of long-term goals for the future that involve joint resources, like shared assets, shared, I don't know, like bank accounts, shared finances. You might need to postpone them, at least maybe until Mars is out of retrograde on the 24th of February, just because your partner's financial situation, if you do have a partner, could be a little bit murky, could be possibly a source of frustration. 7th of December, Venus enters Aquarius in your 2nd house until the 3rd of January. Now, generally, this is a good time for a few things. My lovely Capricorns. It is a good time in terms of you feeling appreciated and valued in the workspace. You might also sense some sort of increase in terms of your own self-appreciation, self-worth, self-valuation. So Venus might make you realize, this transit might make you realize how much you bring to the table, how valuable you are. There's also a possibility that you might feel very appreciated for how much you invest, especially in the professional space, in friendship, in collaboration, and in teamwork. This is a great time to potentially, so from the 7th of December until the 3rd of January, to ask for a raise, to increase your prices, to ask something of someone who you know values you. You might also spend money on Venusian things, I'm just going to say it. So fun, enjoyment, entertainment, beauty, gifts, things like that, potentially objects, activities that maybe enhance your reputation, enhance your status in the world. One thing to be aware of on the 7th of December, Venus is going to conjunct Pluto. A buried, hidden expense might come to the surface. It could have something to do with kids. It could have something to do with maybe one of your passions and hobbies. You might also spend a significant amount of money, because Pluto intensifies things, on something that you are a tiny little bit obsessed with. And who are we to judge people's obsessions? You work hard, Capricorns. You might really deserve this this treat. Now, also on the 7th of December, Mercury squares Saturn. I mean, delays on the road, frustration in communication with a lot of people, colleagues, neighbors, siblings. You might just feel like conversations go nowhere. You might also have some sort of like work to do behind the scenes, connected with your taxes, maybe connected with something that you've been postponing for a long time. And now it's like, okay, you got to do it. You can't avoid this anymore. 12th of December, Venus opposes Mars, retrograde. So this is quite a belligerent day, not just for you Capricorns, for everyone. There is a high chance of conflicts over money, conflicts over different values, different value systems. You might feel like someone is being unreasonable with their demands and with their values, and you might be the one who's trying to be accommodating, but they're being like super kind of like stubborn and saying, no, this is the way to do it. There is a chance of clashing with maybe a friend or with a family member over opposing values. There's also a very high possibility that someone might react a lot more angrily towards you than is necessary, and then they might regret it. So just keep in mind, if someone throws the metaphoric mud at you, there's a high chance that once Mars is out of retrograde, which is going to be in February, they might realize how wrong they were to get angry. Mercury goes direct on the 15th of December, which is something that I have flagged. And also on the 15th, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon activating your axis of health, service, and work. I'm going to put it out there. Some of you could be completing a job. Some of you could be giving up on a job. Some of you could be hearing news connected with your job, potentially how things are changing, potentially how maybe some people are leaving, how teams are being restructured. There is a sense of some sort of a loss at work, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you're losing your job. It could just mean that you're saying goodbye to someone. So that is very much a possibility. There's also a possibility of you hearing news connected with your work that put you in a little bit of a state of confusion. So you might hear things like, okay, we're going to work with these tools and these tools and these tools. And you might be thinking, how is that going to work? How is that going to be applicable in the reality of the day-to-day? I believe that no one really knows for sure. So you might just have to hold space for the inconclusive news that is making its way to you. There's also a possibility that you might hear some news connected with health, and as much as it might disappoint you, it feels like you might need to give up on something for the sake of your health. That's very much a possibility. There's also a possibility that whatever news you hear connected with health, it may feel like it's partial. It's not giving you the full picture, the clear picture. However, intuitively, you might realize, okay, I need to keep on doing the work, and I need to keep on, like eliminating some of the things that are not serving me health-wise. And you may want to return potentially in the spring to do some health checkups and tests, and things potentially may look a lot better at the time. 20th of December, probably one of the best days of the month. So 2nd of December and 20th of December, Venus trines Jupiter in Gemini. So this is a day of great news connected with work, great news connected with money and finances. If you're looking for a new job, then you could be getting a really good offer, a very lucrative offer. Positive news connected with your financial situation is very likely. If you are in, like sales, marketing, you might be very persuasive and convincing and get a lot of people on your side and benefit from that from a financial perspective. Especially if you're, working on commission or something along those lines. Positive developments when it comes to relationships at work are very likely. This is the day to have interviews, make presentations, collaborate with others in the workspace, it feels like you're also learning a lot and you're being increasingly more and more appreciated in the workspace. It's also a great day to invest in your health and to potentially employ someone to help you on the health front who has more knowledge that you can benefit from. 21st of December, Capricorn season begins. So the sun enters your first house, Capricorns, especially Capricorn risings, because I always mention, please listen to the update for your rising sign. You are going to receive a boost of vitality for the next month, Capricorns. 24th of December, Jupiter squares Saturn. Now, this is an energy that is likely to be felt throughout the entire month, but it is exact on the 24th of December. So there is potentially a little bit of a clash between your more cautious thinking and your more cautious approach to, I don't know, like finances, for example, and how much you are required to do or to learn or to talk about in the workspace. So you could be feeling potentially a tiny little bit challenged because work is demanding a lot of you. It's demanding you to learn a great deal. It's demanding you to do many things at the same time, to talk to a lot of people maybe at the same time. And you might be feeling potentially a bit overwhelmed. And you might also be feeling like the demands are not realistic. Now, if that's the case, it's obviously your job, Capricorns, to manage expectations and to say, hey, listen, you're being unreasonable and unrealistic. 27th of December, Mercury squares Saturn. Again, another day of delays, blocks on the road, maybe something needing to be changed or fixed, connected with your car or with your preferred mode of transportation. Possibly an unexpected expense or something that you just forgot about. I don't know, maybe like an old find that you need to handle. You can't avoid it or postpone it any longer. And 28th of December, Venus squares Uranus. It feels like this is a day when plans could change, especially plans involving fun, enjoyment, entertainment, children, parties. You might need to kind of like change your schedule at short notice. If you're going out, if you're having fun, which we're obviously saluting, Capricorns, especially for you, keep an eye on your wallet and make sure that you are not charged the wrong amount and make sure that you don't misplace your belongings. And the month ends with a new moon in your first house, 30th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after, very beautifully aspected to Saturn. So you're making a commitment to yourselves, Capricorns. You're probably making a commitment to start a new chapter and to invest more time, more energy into anything that involves learning, anything that involves growing as an individual, anything that involves potentially looking after your physical body, taking care of your physical body. You might decide to spend more money on who you are as an individual, on your health, on your life path, on becoming the best version of yourselves, Capricorns. You might also decide potentially to start, I don't know, like taking driver's license lessons, I was about to say. You may also decide to start making some efforts towards expressing more of your feelings, Capricorns. However, that's all great. That is great. Saturn, however, squares Jupiter and Mercury at the same time. You could still be feeling whatever it is that you're starting to learn more of, whatever it is that you're making a commitment towards. You could still be feeling like others are having these sort of like big expectations of you and others are moving at a much kind of like faster pace. And they might be kind of like poking at you to do more than you're doing. That doesn't mean that you have to, but alas, I'm just flagging that this could be the case. My dear Aquarius, Aquarius suns and Aquarius risings. December of 2024. What does it look like for you, Aquarians? Well, I'm going to put it out there. This month is probably going to be packed with social events for you. At least until the sun goes into Capricorn in your 12th house, which is going to be on the 21st of December. And that's when, for roughly a month, the spotlight is going to be placed on what's going on behind the scenes in your life, maybe rest, relaxation, taking some time off, potentially becoming more aware of some of the things that you've neglected, that you haven't been fully aware of, maybe also some of the things that you've been, I don't know, like shoving under the rug when it comes to certain people in your life, maybe certain partnerships, certain relationships, certain collaborations. But I am getting ahead of myself, so 1st of December. but also active 3 days before, 3 days after. Aquarians, we've got a new moon in your 11th house of friendships, social circles, communities, organizations that you're part of, but also plans for the future. This new moon is very nicely aspected to Mars in your 7th house. So I dare say that you're probably setting some very bold, very courageous, very enthusiastic goals for the future, Aquarians, in conjunction with other people, in conjunction with maybe your life partner, in conjunction with maybe your business partner, in conjunction with maybe, I don't know, I'm going to say some sort of advisor. It feels like you're setting intentions and you are receiving a boost of energy when it comes to you truly believing in these intentions. You're receiving this sort of like boost of like energy and courage from someone else. Like I said, it could be your partner, it could be an advisor, consultant of some sorts. It could be a sibling, for example. This new moon can also bring a fresh start when it comes to your collaboration with someone. So you might start collaborating with a community, with an organization. You might also start to take more action in conjunction with maybe a community, an organization, maybe with a friend as well. New beginnings for your friends are also very, very possible. So your friends might have some big news. You might be quite happy for them. You might be feeling like things are moving quite fast for them. You might also make a commitment to potentially invest more in certain friendships and certain maybe groups that you are a part of. It feels like someone else sees a lot in you and they're very enthusiastic about giving you a nudge towards achieving this how should we call it, this potential of yours. Jupiter, however, at the time of the new moon is opposing Mercury retrograde. I feel like you might have to come back to the specifics of these like big goals or big collaborations or exciting plans for the future. You might have to come back to the specifics because with Mercury retrograde, I don't feel like you've got all the data or all the correct data. People could be excessively enthusiastic when it comes to projections for the future and what is achievable and how fast things are achievable. So I would take whatever is discussed with a little bit of a pinch of salt, and remember that you might need to revisit the exact terms and conditions and parameters. I'm also going to say this. If you are making plans, big plans together with someone else, I would maybe not avoid the topic of money and finances and financial investment that this requires of you, because you may not want to rain on anyone's parade and you may not want to dim down their enthusiasm, but they might be asking a lot of you in terms of financial commitment and also potentially in terms of time commitment. And if you ask me, and obviously I'm not the first person to say this, time is probably our number one most valuable resource. You can always make more money, you can never make more time. Time is limited. 2nd of December, Venus trines Uranus. Pleasant surprise at home in your private life. Maybe a family member has something to tell you and you're thinking, oh my God, I never saw this coming. I don't know, maybe someone is telling you, oh, my sister-in-law is pregnant. So there could be, as I'm talking about Venus trine Uranus, there are literally fireworks going outside. It doesn't get more Uranian than that. I apologize. So going back to Venus trine Uranus. Pleasant surprise from a family member, unexpected surprise from a family member. You could surprise them. You could, I don't know, like pop in and see your grandparents, for example. Fireworks are kind of like at it. You could potentially surprise them with a gift. If something's broken around the house, you could buy whatever it is that they need. It also feels like there are some changes happening in your home life, my lovely Aquarians, and some of these you might not have seen coming, but that doesn't mean that you're mad about it. On the absolute contrary. 4th of December, Mercury opposes Jupiter. I feel like you're trying to do too much on this day. Too much in terms of social commitment. You might be stretching yourselves too thin, Aquarians, when it comes to social commitments. You might be trying to, I don't know, like please everyone. You might be trying to attend all the parties, all the Christmas parties, all the invites. I would also be mindful of whatever conversations you have with friends, children. I would be mindful because you might just literally have to walk back on whatever it is that you say yes to, because Mercury is retrograde at the time. So just saying. 6th of December, we've got a Mercury Cazimi happening in your 11th house, a time of clarity in terms of how you can move forward with some of the plans for the future. Maybe that you've been discussing for a long time, maybe that you've been postponing for a long time. A time of clarity in terms of who's going to be on your side, who you're going to collaborate with, who's going to support you when it comes to achieving your goals for the future. You could also potentially reconnect with someone who you haven't been in touch with for a long time. It could be, I don't know, like a long lost friendship or someone who you haven't seen in a long time. And it really feels like this is very kind of like heartwarming, and potentially it reminds you how, I'm going to say how important this person actually is. 6th of December also, Mars goes retrograde. Now, the Mars retrograde is going to last until the 24th of February, but initially from the 6th of December until the first week of January, Mars is going to be retrograde in Leo in your 7th house. So if you've been very enthusiastic about moving forward with a partnership, a collaboration, if you've been investing a lot of time and energy into this, if the other person, maybe your business partner, if they have been, I don't know, pushing the pedal to the metal, as they say, things are probably going to slow down. This other person might lose a little bit of their enthusiasm, a little bit of their energy, a little bit of their motivation. They might also let you know, hey, I know we've talked about, I don't know, this partnership. We've talked about these big plans together, but I've got something else that I need to attend to, so we're going to have to put a pause on them. Mars retrograde can also bring to the surface old conflicts potentially with your significant other, old conflicts potentially with maybe a sibling, old conflicts with a boss, with a figure of authority, old conflicts with your mom, possibly. So there is a high chance of issues that have been a source of irritation in the past coming back to the surface. Now, other people might have beef with you. You might be minding your own business, and other people might come back to you and say, remember that time when you said so and so and so, and that really upset me. So Mars retrograde might bring a little bit of a throwback to the past when it comes to issues that others have with you, and you might need to address them. I'm just gonna put it out there. You might also feel like things are potentially slowing down a little bit for you career-wise, Aquarius, during the retrograde from the 6th of December until the 24th of February, especially if things have been moving, I don't know, like 300 miles an hour. 7th of December, you're going to really like this. Venus enters Aquarius until the 3rd of January. This is probably one of the most beautiful transits of the year for Aquarians. Venus is the planet of beauty, love, pleasure, attractiveness, appreciation. It attracts things to us. And Venus rules your 4th house and your 9th house. So, I gotta say, overall, you might actually feel like your level of attractiveness increases, and other people treat you really nicely, and they're being very kind and accommodating and very appreciative towards you throughout the duration of this transit. You might also really genuinely enjoy spending time with family members, potentially traveling, not just with family members, but in general, since Venus also rules your 9th house. You might feel like you attract potentially help and support with matters connected with your academic path, legal institutions, possibly home issues if you've been experiencing any sort of like issue at home where you needed some sort of help. And Venus generally makes you feel like really, really good in your own skin, I'd say. So it's a great time to invest in your looks, beauty, appearance, and things like that. Buy new clothes, things of that nature. One thing about investing in your appearance with Mars retrograde, 6th of December until the 24th of February, my recommendation, and this is not medical advice, so please take the advice of your doctor. My recommendation generally would be to delay or to postpone any sort of work, medical work, health-related work, beauty-related work, involving heat or sharp tools or needles. So surgery would fall under that remit. Botox, for example. I mean, with Venus transiting your first house, you might be thinking, oh, okay, this is the best time to, I don't know, get a facial. And it is a good time to get a facial unless it involves needles. So micro needling, for example, I would be like, I'm not sure this is the time, my dear Aquarian. So just as an FYI. Venus conjuncts Pluto on the 7th of December, and you might be feeling like a change is overdue physically and in terms of like aesthetics and looks and beauty. And Pluto is very intense and brings a lot of power to whatever it is that it connects with. Therefore, you might become quite fixated on changing something about your looks, I'd say. Also on the 7th of December, Mercury squares Saturn, a difficult but necessary conversation around money, finances, and you might really have to think about how you need to organize your budget, how you need to organize your I don't know, like your expenses, how you need to adjust your expenses if you want to make your plans for the future happen, I'd say. You might even feel like you have to give up on something, maybe say no to, I don't know, like a social occasion or an invitation, because you've got other goals financially, and this might prove to be quite costly and expensive. 12th of December is potentially one of the most belligerent days of the month. 12th of December, Mars in your 7th house, retrograde opposes Venus in your 1st house. You might try to be nice to someone and they might read it the wrong way. They might take it the wrong way. They might lash out. I gotta say, I don't believe this is dangerous in any shape or form, but it might just feel very frustrating because you're trying to be helpful. You're trying to be of use and to help them, I don't know, overcome a difficult time in their lives, and they're just lashing out. So you might be faced with someone's anger. They are probably going to regret it further down the line, but that doesn't mean that in the moment it doesn't feel annoying. Just putting it out there. And potentially the best way to like tackle this is to kind of like take your distance. 15th of December, Mercury goes direct. So if you've been experiencing any delays, frustrations, challenges in communication when it comes to friends, when it comes to goals for the future, when it comes to social occasions, then Mercury direct is likely to help solve all of these matters, all of these issues. We also have a full moon in Gemini on the 15th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after, squaring Neptune. So a few things are happening here. This full moon could put the spotlight on some sort of like social occasion, celebration, attending a social event, attending a party. It might put the spotlight on you kind of like going out into the world and being surrounded by your peers, I'd say. But you could feel potentially a tiny bit disappointed or disillusioned, maybe with a friend, maybe I'm going to say with the fact that you no longer feel like you belong within a certain community. And that's not necessarily, I mean, it can be a tiny little bit heartbreaking, but at the same time, it also shows how you've evolved as an individual. So not everyone that you've been friends with, not everyone that you've hung out with for, I don't know, since always, is going to be in alignment with your values, with your value system, with your own kind of like journey of evolution forever. And that's okay. That is absolutely okay. This full moon can also put the spotlight on creative projects. It may feel like potentially something is coming to a culminating point creatively, but not necessarily in the form that you wanted it to culminate. Potentially a tiny little bit of disappointment when it comes to a romantic matter. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're seeing someone or if you're single, and I don't know, like trying to like find the right person. I would take matters connected with romance with a little bit of a pinch of salt. And there is a chance that you might have been projecting some of your ideals onto someone, and you might end up being disappointed because, let's face it, no human can rise up to any ideals, which is why we kind of like need to be a tiny bit more pragmatic when it comes to expectations. But hey, I'm not giving advice. Like you do you, Aquarians. There's also a possibility that you might feel like someone romantically has kept something from you, so you could feel like they lied to you. Now, I would also inquire as to why that is. And you might also have to spend quite a bit of money, potentially on matters connected with fun, entertainment, and maybe children if you have children. There is also a chance that you might tell your kids, listen, we have other goals financially, so we won't be able to, I don't know, pay for XYZ in your life moving forward. Are the kids likely to be disappointed? Yes. Is it for a greater goal? Possibly. Only you know that, Aquarius. 20th of December, one of the best days of the month. This full moon on the 15th is a bit, but 20th of December, Venus trines Jupiter. A superb day. For what? For romance, for friendship, for social events, for social activities, for fun, for partying. If you want to schedule a party, schedule it on the 20th of December. If you want to attend a social event, say yes to whatever invitation is on your doorstep on the 20th. If you want to go out on a date, this is the day to do so. If you want to take your significant other on a date, if you are already in a relationship, this is the day to do so. You might feel like a relationship that you've got with maybe even someone who you love, maybe a romantic partner, maybe your child. The relationship is growing, it's improving, you're getting along a lot better. So there's a great deal of enthusiasm and joy coming out of a relationship. You're also feeling very inspired and creative. It's also a great day to book maybe like a trip, to make plans connected with the future in terms of traveling. Best day of the month. I'm just going to say it. 21st of December, I've mentioned Capricorn season kicking off. 24th of December, Jupiter squares Saturn. Now, this energy is active the entire month, but it is exact on the 24th of December. You might have some big plans in terms of creative projects. You might want to invest a lot in your hobbies, passions. You might want to spend a lot of money maybe on what brings you a sense of joy and activities maybe that allow you to be a kid once again, to play and to have fun. But it feels like you need to take into account your financial duties and responsibilities because they are potentially clashing a little bit with how much you want to spend. So it's important to find that sweet spot. 27th of December, Mercury squares Saturn. Again, you're thinking about money, you're thinking about your financial future. You could also be talking about some more kind of like serious matters with a friend on this day. 28th of December, Venus squares Uranus. I feel like you might... I feel like either you might surprise someone, a family member, a parent, and let them know that you're doing something quite shocking. I mean, you're an Aquarius after all. Or they might surprise you. They might, I don't know, like throw something your way and you could think, wow, that is very unlike you. But alas, people can be quite surprising. 30th of December, new moon in Capricorn. Active 3 days before, 3 days after. The year ends with a new moon. I feel like you're making a new commitment. You are potentially starting to work on something behind the scenes. It could be something connected with your financial situation. It could be something connected with your long-term goals and commitments from a financial perspective. You might also decide to invest more time, money, energy into your mental health, into your potentially spiritual well-being. And it feels like you could start clearing out something in your life that is no longer serving you. It's going to take a while. It's going to take time. So don't rush. Don't put a lot of pressure on yourselves, Aquarians. And also, I feel like you might be better off just keeping this to yourselves, Aquarians, whatever it is that you're clearing out or whatever it is that you're working on behind the scenes. Because if you talk about it with other people, including friends, including, I don't know, loved ones, they might not really fully get it. So you don't want them to like dim your enthusiasm. At least that's how I see it. Pisces suns and Pisces risings. My lovely Pisces, December 2024, it is here, last month of the year. It starts off with a new moon, 1st of December, new moon in your house of career, public status, public reputation, trining Mars. So I've got some good news and I've also got some caveats. This new moon can bring a very exciting, a superb fresh start professionally for you, especially if you're still in work. If you're not in work, then this new moon can put the spotlight on how your reputation is being enhanced, how your status in the world is being enhanced, how you're being seen in a new light, in an exciting light, and potentially also on how you can contribute to society in a new way. But going back to the professional side of things, some of you could be accepting a new job. Some of you could be accepting a new position, a new role. It feels like your prestige is increasing. So you are climbing up that ladder. it feels like you're going to have a lot on your plate on a day-to-day basis at work, but you've got the energy, you've got the enthusiasm, you believe in it, you are feeling very creative. You might also feel very enthusiastic because whatever it is that you're saying yes to professionally, or whatever it is that is opening up for you in terms of professional growth, because I feel like this is going to be the case. It's probably going to pay, and it's going to pay a lot, and that seems to be a great source of motivation, Pisces. Now the caveats. Jupiter, the ruler of the new moon, is opposing Mercury retrograde and squaring Saturn. So if you're saying yes to a new prestigious position, if you're accepting a new job, if you're deciding to change industries, which you might, and you could be starting to kind of like take action in this direction, I believe that you might need to revisit the exact terms and conditions of what you're saying yes to, because Jupiter is opposing Mercury retrograde. It feels like what's going on in your home life, in your family life, in your personal life, might need a tiny little bit more consideration before you embark on this exciting journey on your own. It feels like you might need to give others a little bit more thought. Maybe you need to talk things through with your partner, with your parents, with, I don't know, like your kids. And it feels like whatever is happening in the home environment and in the family environment is potentially kind of like dimming down a tiny bit your enthusiasm, because it could be that family members are bringing some really kind of like solid considerations to your attention, and you don't want to hear it, but it's there. Now, speaking of Jupiter squaring Saturn, this is an energy that's going to be exact. This transit is going to be exact on the 24th of December. But it is one of the transits, I mean, it's probably the number one transit that is going to be felt the most on the background of December of 2024. So Jupiter wants expansion. Saturn is quite cautious. Saturn is aware of restrictions, limitations, time, responsibility. So it feels like Jupiter in your fourth house is saying, okay, let's grow, I don't know, in the home sector. So the family could be growing, or I don't know, your partner could be saying, yes, let's grow the family, let's have more kids, or let's buy a new house, or let's build an extension. And someone in the home environment might be very enthusiastic, and they might kind of like throw all of these ideas at you, but you might not want to rain on their parade. However, your concerns, your fears, they're valid. And this, whatever it is that is kind of like growing in your home life and family life, or whatever it is that you're talking about expanding in this part of your life, it does seem to put quite a bit of emotional pressure on you. So you might be genuinely worried as to how you're going to be able to like handle this. You might be genuinely worried about what could go wrong. You might be worried also about how much you can take from a physical perspective. So if you have any of these worries, I would talk them through with family members, your significant other, because you have to take care of your body. That is pretty much your, I dare say, your number one duty with Saturn transiting Pisces in your first house until 2026. You have to sleep, you have to take care of your mental health. It is a job, if you ask me. So unfortunately, as much as you don't want to say no to what others are asking of you, and as much as you don't want to say no to kind of like growing, maybe in terms of like home, family, property, and things like that, you have to also remember your kind of like limitations and to take care of yourselves, Pisces. Now let's go back to the beginning of the month. 2nd of December, Venus trines Uranus. Probably one of the best days of the month. A great day for a lot of things. For social events, social occasions. So it's a great day to meet friends. It's a great day to attend a party. It's a great day potentially also to make a presentation, to attend some sort of a group community type of event. It's a great day to catch up with friends. It's a great day to hold a brainstorm, to find a good deal in some shape or form. It could also be a very good day for business, for investments, for business partnerships, my dear Pisces. You might also unexpectedly bump into someone and have a great time with them. And generally both the 2nd of December as well as the 20th of December can be considered, because of the harmonious Venus aspects in the sky, they can also be considered quite auspicious from a romantic perspective. And Venus for you, my dear Pisces, rules your 8th house. So they can be quite good days romantically, especially when it comes to sex and intimacy. Okay, so keep that in mind if you wish, Pisces. 4th of December, Mercury retrograde opposes Jupiter. Oh my God, there's so much information. You're literally being bombarded with, I don't know, like conversations, information, data, stats, requests from home, from family, from your job, from your parents. It's a little bit too much, and you might need to like tell them to slow down, because you might need to kind of like revisit these conversations, revisit this information, revisit these stats once Mercury is direct. Mercury is going to go direct on the 15th of December in your house of career and public status and public reputation. So if you've been experiencing delays or challenges in communication or having second thoughts about where you're headed professionally, that's going to be no longer the case after Mercury goes direct. And if you've been waiting to hear news connected with your career, or waiting to hear news connected with maybe leadership at your company, it's probably going to make its way to you from the 15th of December onwards, I'd say. Going back a little bit in time, 6th of December, Mercury conjuncts the Sun in your house of career. This is a great day to hold a speech, to hold a presentation, and to have clarity about something that you've wanted to do professionally, maybe for a long time. I feel like this could also be the time when you hear delayed news connected with your professional path. And it could also be the time when you maybe signed some sort of a deal, some sort of contract with someone that you've worked with in the past. It is a good day to maybe reach out to someone who you've worked with in the past, or to reach out to like an old client or something along those lines, if you believe that there's still I don't know, like an opportunity to continue to work together. Use the 6th of December. 6th of December also, Mars goes retrograde. Okay. So I got a few thoughts, my lovely Pisces. Mars is going to be retrograde from the 6th of December until the 24th of February. First and foremost, my massive recommendation would be, if possible, and this is not medical advice, so please listen to the advice of your doctor above everything else. My big recommendation, if you can postpone any sort of like surgery or health-related intervention that involves surgery, needles, sharp tools, heat also, I would postpone it until after the retrograde is over, just because Mars rules over all of these things. And especially from the 6th of December until the first week of January, it's going to be retrograde in the 6th house of health. There's also a possibility that some old health-related issues or inflammations might come back to your attention. If you thought that they were completely and fully gone, they might kind of like rear up their heads and say, okay, don't forget about us. You need to pay attention. You need to, I don't know, allocate some time to take care of these matters. I would slow down if you're working out, if you're pushing yourselves, Pisces, especially Pisces risings, I would slow down with Mars retrograde, because you might burn yourselves out, or you might, I don't know, like tear a muscle or something like that, and you don't want that to happen. So the remedy to this Mars retrograde is being a bit more Saturnian, being a little bit more cautious. You could also experience a tiny little bit of frustration, because whatever it is that you've been very excited and enthusiastic about professionally, and when it comes to kind of like day-to-day work, you might either like lose some of that enthusiasm, or realize, hey, things are not as straightforward and as linear in terms of path and trajectory as I thought they would be. There's also a chance that you might experience some delays in terms of getting paid, because Mars rules your 2nd house. You might also need to revisit financial agreements from the 6th of December until the 24th of February, and revisit how much you pay for certain services, or how much you are getting paid for certain services. So you might need to revisit financial, kind of like agreements, essentially. 7th of December, Venus enters Aquarius in your 12th house until the 3rd of January. I've got to say, Pisces, this is a great time to take some time off. So you don't have to take the entire period off, although if you've been working hard all year, and you probably have with Saturn and Pisces, you might want to take off as much as possible. Take some time off, because Venus is probably going to make the time off very enjoyable. You might finally have some time to catch up with friends, maybe reconnect with some people who you haven't spoken to in a long time. visit cousins, siblings, things like that. Venus is likely to make quite pleasant and enjoyable activities involving rest, relaxation, sleep, retreat. I don't know, going to like spiritual, maybe kind of like places such as like temples or like sacred spaces, retreats, and so on. Venus is also likely to be quite helpful when it comes to your mental health throughout this transit. Speaking of mental health, 7th of December, Venus is going to conjunct Pluto. You might become aware of some sort of a factor that has been impacting in not such a pleasant way your mental health. It could be the relationship with someone. It could be the way that you talk to yourselves, Pisces. It could be something that you've been trying to avoid and that you actually need to address rather than avoid. There's also a possibility that you might realize something is potentially a tiny bit wrong with your car. Maybe it needs to be replaced. Maybe something is no longer functioning as it is supposed to function. If you have siblings, then siblings could reveal a secret to you and you might not necessarily be very, very pleased about it. I'm just going to say you might feel a bit frustrated, maybe because they have kept this a secret from you in the first place. Mercury is also on the 7th of December going to square Saturn. I dare say that you might want to delay an important conversation in the workspace, or you might need to revisit it a bit later. A conversation with a parent is potentially a source of frustration as well because they don't know what they're talking about. Or at least that's what's it gonna feel like to you. You might be thinking, oh, they have all of these ideas and they're trying to be helpful and they don't understand the reality of my life. You might need to disappoint someone on this day. 12th of December, quite a belligerent date. Venus opposes Mars. Let's see. Venus opposes Mars in retrograde. So yeah, not the easiest of days. There could be a conflict that you have in the workspace. Now, it could be literally just an argument. I'm just going to put it out there. You could be quite frustrated in the work environment because you are trying to move forward and someone's either off or slacking, not being as active as you would like them to be, and you might potentially lose your temper. Now, if you lose your temper, you might regret it, Pisces. So I would just maybe remember that people are not moving at the rhythm that you're moving at, possibly, and they might not necessarily understand your sense of urgency. So rather than, I don't know, like spoiling the relationship with this person, I would think twice before maybe being very angry in your speech towards them, just as a bit of an FYI. There is a chance that the relationship with maybe a client or a colleague is feeling quite challenging and frustrating, potentially because they're not doing as much as you want them to do. 15th of December, apart from Mercury going direct, we've got a full moon in Gemini. My lovely Pisces, activating your 4th house, 10th house axis. It feels like the spotlight is placed. And you might feel the influence of this energy also 3 days before, 3 days after the 15th of December. The spotlight is placed on your home life, family life, personal life, as well as your public life. It feels like you have to find how should I say? You might feel like you have to find a way to disappoint people in both sectors of your life. Now, that might sound bad. It's not necessarily bad. It might just be the case that you need to make them aware of the fact that everyone's asking too much of you. So you might need to disappoint potentially, I don't know, like a family member or a parent, and let them know that you can't spend as much time over the holidays with them as they wanted you to spend. You might need to disappoint a boss and tell them, listen, I'm going home for Christmas or something along those lines, and I won't be able to work over the holidays. So it feels like you might need to disappoint people in both sectors of your life. There's also a possibility that you might be faced with the reality of having to make some changes in your home life, in your family life, in your personal life, maybe in terms of your residence, if you want to move forward with some exciting goals career-wise. So if you want to say yes to a new job, to a new exciting position, maybe it involves relocation, maybe it involves, I don't know, working more from the office, being more present, kind of like on the ground. You might need to, I don't know, like disappoint your kids or your partner and say, yeah, I'm not going to be at home as much as I used to be. Again, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it may feel like you are experiencing a tiny bit of a sense of guilt, Pisces, and that's too bad because you generally, genuinely try to do good by most people. And alas, in this set of circumstances, it's probably not going to be possible. Some of you might be faced with the reality of saying goodbye to a home, or of saying goodbye to home life as you knew it. However, the good news is that things are really working out for you in the professional space and in your public life. So even though things are not necessarily ideal in the home sector, in the family sector, I'd say you are scoring some big wins in other parts of your life. 20th of December, Venus trines Jupiter, a very romantic day, a day to maybe take off, a day to invest in building the relationship with a family member, maybe with a partner, maybe with, I don't know, your kid, maybe with your sibling. It can also be a very romantic day, as I've mentioned previously, if you're getting away from the world. So I would even recommend taking this day off, but that's going to be completely up to you. It could also be a very good day when it comes to investments. So you might want to cash in a little bit. Now, this is not financial advice. It's completely your decision what you do with your money and finances. I feel like a relationship is experiencing a process of healing in your life, Pisces. And you're feeling relieved. And that's good. That is absolutely good. You might be forgiving someone. They might be forgiving you. It could be reciprocal. It does feel very cathartic. You might also have some very liberating kind of like talks, I'd say. Capricorn season begins 21st of December. It's going to put the spotlight on your goals and plans for the future, as well as on your social life. So it might be a lot more active for the next month than usual. 27th of December, Mercury squares Saturn. Once again, it feels like you might have to have some difficult conversations, potentially about the future with a boss, a parent, a family member. You might also need to work on something that is quite tedious and boring, but potentially necessary, and you might not be in the mood for it. Literally something connected with your work, I'd say. 20th of December, be ready for a change of plans because there could be disruption on the road. There could be disruption connected with traveling, or someone might let you know at short notice that they can't make it to some sort of event. 30th of December, the year ends with a new moon. 30th of December, active 3 days before, 3 days after, new moon in your 11th house. Great time to set intentions for the future. It's a great time to take stock of where you're at, of where you want to be, of where you want to move from now on. Set targets, set realistic targets. I feel like you are probably going to do that. It feels like you're going to have some important goals on a personal level, maybe in terms of your own self-development, maybe in terms of your physical body, your physical health, maybe in terms of your mental health as well. This could also be a new moon that brings with it some sort of a fresh start in your friendship sector and in your groups, communities, and organization sector. So you might decide to invest more time and energy into a friendship, into a community that you feel very strongly identified with, that is very important, that is very close to your heart. The one thing, however, to keep in mind is that Saturn's going to square both Jupiter and Mercury. So whatever commitments you're making for the future, for your own kind of like self-development, remember that there's going to be a lot that's going to be required of you both at home as well as in your professional life. So you need to be very, very realistic about how long things are going to take, how you can make sure that you're not stretching yourselves too thin, my dear Pisces, and what is actually doable and what is not doable. And whatever is not doable might need to be communicated to others, even if it's just like a simple thing like a timeline or a deadline. Folks, I want to thank you once again for tuning in for your December horoscopes. Let us know in the comments how December works out for you. I'm really, really curious to hear on your end how the month is unfolding. Remember that if you want to work with me, you can find me on my website. That is the only place where you can book personal consultations with me. Written in the stars-astrology.com. I've left the link in the pinned comment and also in the description box. If my content is useful, interesting, if you like it, don't forget to share, to subscribe, to give it a thumbs up. And if you want to support my channel, you can also leave a donation using the thanks button underneath the video. And last but not least, I'm also active on Instagram. There's a much smaller community on Instagram, but I feel like it's a very tight-knit community on my Instagram. My Instagram handle is @RuxUnbelievable. RuxUnbelievable. In one word, Rux Unbelievable. That is what I meant. So if you're active there, give me a follow so that you can stay tuned with more kind of like personal developments, personal announcements. And I've got to say, sometimes I do make announcements. I don't know if I should say this here, but I'm going to say it anyway. Sometimes I do make announcements about my kind of like activities, workshops, and things like that. First on Instagram. So sometimes, and then I make announcements here. And sometimes people who follow me on Instagram have kind of like first dibs. So if you want to have first dibs to booking spots for my workshops, for guided meditations, for example, for astrological workshops also, give me a follow. It was lovely to do this once again. I'm grateful, and I will see you next time, folks. Bye.